Good morning, everyone. Just one moment. Just a reminder to our Zoom panelists, if you can please turn off your video unless you're actively speaking or presenting. And I'll ask to have our chambers unmuted. Excellent. Thank you, everyone. Chair Hopkins, I believe we're ready for you to begin.
Thank you so much. We'll go ahead and call this meeting to order. Please note that Spanish translation is available in Zoom. To select translation services, please click the globe icon on the Zoom screen and select Spanish. If during any public comments, a commenter is speaking in Spanish, our English-speaking participants may go to the globe and select English to listen to the translation of the comment. I will now ask that a member of the translation team, our inimitable Julie Burns, share this message in Spanish, please.
Thank you, Linda. Good morning, everyone. Muy buenos días. Esta reunión será interpretada al español de manera simultánea. Para escuchar en español, por favor, haga clic en el icono del globo que se encuentra al pie de la página y elija el idioma español. También puede hacer clic donde dice Mute Original Audio para silenciar el audio original. Muchas gracias.
Thank you so much, Julie.
My pleasure.
Really appreciate it. And thank you so much, Marcy, and our amazing clerk of the board team for doing all of this work to come together in a seamless hybrid meeting. So just so everyone knows, we do have 4 board members present in the chambers today, and this is the first time that we are able to be present unmasked following our county guidelines. And we do have 1 supervisor who is currently doing some work for us in Washington, D.C., participating remotely. So Marcy, if you wouldn't mind just having a roll call for attendance, and then we'll have a little bit of a conversation before the approval of the agenda.
Thank you. Supervisor Gorin.
Present.
Supervisor Rabbit.
Present.
Supervisor Corsi.
Here.
Supervisor Gore.
Here, and I'll be on video in just a minute.
Chair Hopkins.
Present.
County Administrator Cheryl Bratton.
Here.
County Counsel Bob Pittman.
Here.
Thank you so much, Marcy. Before we get going on the approval of the agenda, I'd like to invite my colleagues to talk a little bit about a horrible act of hatred and political intimidation that occurred against a local council member, Willie Linares of Rohnert Park. Over the past week, there was an incident in which actually fireworks were set off and lit his garbage can on fire regarding a local issue that he had taken a position opposing the use of fireworks in Rohnert Park, which I would add is a very sensible thing to do in the midst of a severe drought and extremely high wildfire danger. It is absolutely unacceptable for local elected officials to be targeted in this way. And I will also acknowledge that I believe that there's an undercurrent of racism because the 2 council members who were targeted, one was targeted verbally, the other actually had this physical act of violence taken place against his property, are people of color. And so I just want to sort of state my support for the council member and really hope that if there's anything that we can do to support him at the county level, that we will take those actions. And I would invite any of my colleagues who would like to make mention of this as well. Supervisor Corsi.
Thanks for bringing this up, Supervisor Hopkins. I was horrified, really angry to hear about what happened on July 4th at Councilmember Linares' home. We live at a time where political debate often turns into anger, and it's not about policy anymore. It's just about visceral emotions. We need to eliminate that kind of personal attack when it involves politics and policy. And I just want to say, as you have, that I support Willie Linares and the other council members in Rohnert Park and ask that this kind of behavior not be part of our political discussion in Sonoma County.
Thank you, Supervisor Corsi. Supervisor Gorin.
Thank you for raising this as an issue. I think we are all horrified at the actions against several of the sitting council members. but also horrified by how emotional and racially charged the fireworks issue has become, community member against community member. And I recognize that fireworks is a lucrative source of revenue for many nonprofits in Rohnert Park and presumably all over the county. Santa Rosa was one of the first to ban fireworks because we had fireworks set off in the hills overlooking St. Francis Drive, and several houses were burned. And so when Jane Bender was on the council living in that neighborhood, she took the action to move forward and ban fireworks. It was it was somewhat controversial, but yet we knew as a community how fire prone we could be. And that was long before the fires actually touched our communities in very large ways. This year with drought, it is incomprehensible to me that communities sell safe and sane fireworks because they are capable of starting fires, even though they are safe and sane. So I know that the referendum will happen in Rohnert Park in September, and I hope that they will join the rest of the cities in, except for Cloverdale. I think Cloverdale still sells fireworks. I hope we all come together and ban the sale of fireworks. It is not healthy for fire-prone Sonoma County.
Thank you, Supervisor Gorin. Supervisor Rabbit?
Yeah, just specifically to the act in front of Willie's home. I mean, I think we all put ourselves out in the public, serving and knowing what comes with it, but at the same time, anything that happens at your home is just crossing the line and just totally unacceptable. Anything that affects your family is totally unacceptable. And to Supervisor Corsi's, I think there really is this very bitter conversation that needs to become more civil as we move forward. And I hope that this body can be leading the way in that and showing by example how one could have a conversation, agree to disagree, whatever it may be, but be able to do that in a civil adult way without relegating yourself to any kind of idiotic acts. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Rabbit. Supervisor Gore, do you have anything to add by Zoom?
I just want to say that probably 2 weeks before this act, I had a chance to be with Councilmember Linares at a different event, and he talked about the level of hate and vitriol at just bringing up this issue. And it was shocking to see that turn into an actual act. Supervisor Hopkins, when you brought forward a forum on violence against AAPI and other individuals and had Jackie Elward present, we talked about a lot of well, not we did, you set up a forum for us to listen. And what we heard is for me is really that if we don't go after the microaggressions, they turn into macroaggressions. And we have to call out and stand united in the fact that we have to talk about this stuff. We have to be willing to talk about living with fire and are fireworks important and what do we need to do and what is true patriotism. And I'll tell you, true patriotism is standing up in the face of chaos and making changes that are needed. So I just want to thank you for bringing it up, support all my colleagues, love and support for Willie and his family as they battle with what definitely looks like to be an act of aggression. So respect to him and to our community and to those who are doing good in it.
Thank you so much, Supervisor Gore. I did reach out to Willie when I learned what had happened, to express my support and to ask if there was anything that could be done at the county level. But I think it would be really nice if perhaps formally a couple of us did that and shared some of the remarks that were made at this morning's meeting. I know I want to recognize, I believe that Rohnert Park is shared between districts 3 and districts 2. Is that right? You have some of it. So I don't know if the two of you, Supervisor Corsi and Rabbit, would like to reach out formally on behalf of the Board of Supervisors and just see if there's anything else that we could do, whether it's holding a forum, whether it's, making a formal public statement that we vote on, or whether it's just providing that moral support. I don't know if that would seem appropriate. Supervisor Corsi?
Yes, I will do that. I've spoken to Willie and the mayor about this already. They have a reception this afternoon for their first council meeting back in their chambers this evening. I don't know if we'll be done soon enough for me to get down there, but if not, my district director will be there, and I'll ask him to pass that along from all of us.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate that. And unless there are any other further remarks, then we can move forward with the Pledge of Allegiance to formally kick off the meeting and the approval of the agenda. So let's go ahead and start with the Pledge of Allegiance. Supervisor Gore, do you want to lead us remotely on this one? You're on mute.
I would love to. Thank you so much. Please begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you so much, Supervisor Gore. I figured since you're the closest to the flag flying above the Capitol in DC right now, that would be a nice touch. So with that, we do have a few sort of amendments to today's agenda. Item 53A has been added to the closed session calendar, and items 4 and 38 will be removed from consent in order to be discussed separately. So they will be heard right before the regular agenda. Marcy, would you mind leading us in a roll call vote on the agenda, please?
Supervisor Gorin,
Aye.
Supervisor Rabbit,
Aye.
Supervisor Corsi,
Yes.
Supervisor Gore,
Yes, on the agenda. And Supervisor Hopkins, are you going to talk after this about which ones we're going to make comments on or put onto regular?
Yes, we're pulling 4 and 38 to regular.
Yeah, the only other thing that I would appreciate is I believe it is, I'm looking back at mine. Just want to make a quick comment on the pavement preservation, the tier 1 PG&E. I believe that is 29.
Great. We can do that as part of consent.
Thank you.
Great.
Chair Hopkins.
Yes. And so with that, we will move on to the consent calendar. So we will be looking at items 1 through 40, excepting 4 and 38, which we will hear separately. Marcy, do we have any comments from members of the public?
Thank you, Chair Hopkins. If there are any members of the public who would like to comment on the consent calendar items before the board today, these are excluding numbers 4 and 38. Please raise your hand in the Zoom app or press *9 on your phone keypad. Additionally, if we have any members of the public on site in our hall, you would line up to get in queue to make comment in the chambers.
And it looks like we do have one person here to make a comment on the consent calendar.
Thank you. And Chair Hopkins, we've got no hands raised in Zoom.
Wonderful. So I might invite the member of the public to go ahead and set up that microphone, and we will go ahead and begin public comment here. Wonderful to see you.
Thank you. And I think Darren will just need to receive the amount of time for the timer in chambers.
2 minutes would be great. Thanks. Good morning. You can begin whenever you're ready.
Thanks. Good morning. Here to comment on item number 30, which will ensure that the Tier 1 roads get paved on a timely basis. My name is David Gleba. Back last year on September 2nd, I received an email that had the subject line, invitation for feedback to Sonoma Board of Supervisors. And I, along with many of my neighbors on Cavedale and Trinity Road, received that email from the Office of Resiliency and addressed to fire survivors asking us to participate in the survey that you commissioned to help guide your allocation decisions on the PG&E settlement funds. So we'd just like you to know that we appreciate being asked. We appreciate the county council and his staff for securing this money. We appreciate the county administrator and her staff for having successfully completed this survey in the midst of the glass fire and the COVID pandemic. And we just want to remind you on the success of that outreach. You received almost 2,000 emails and survey responses, 60% of which were from folks who lost their homes in the 2017 fires. And as you all know, Supervisor Gorin, who lost her home in the 2017 fire as well, has been a tireless advocate for those of us in the District 1 who have been looking to address these issues. So we're also very much appreciate the fact that TPW has such an efficient process that will ensure that this money, as it gets put together and combined, will deliver maximum bang for the buck for the county. Lastly, I'll just report that this morning on Trinity Road, there is a vegetation management project going on with funding from your Fast Track Veg Management Program. So there are a lot of things that have come together that are working, and just want to take a moment on behalf of my neighbors to say thank you.
Thank you so much for coming out here and making the long trip into Santa Rosa to share that with us. And I would imagine that Supervisor Gorin might have a few words for you too.
Thanks, David, so much for your advocacy and you and your neighbors' great outreach efforts and actual calculations on the cost of roads. And you've gone above and beyond. And I really thank you. You make my job so much easier.
Pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And don't sell yourself short, Susan. I know that you have worked your push off to really get this across the finish line. And she has been a fierce advocate for those residents. So
who knew we would ever get to pave Cavedale Road?
Thank you so much for dropping in. And I think that's a great opportunity, unless there are any other members of the public outside who wish to speak, just to allow you and Supervisor Gore, if there's anything else that you want to share on this item that you have worked so hard for. Supervisor Gore?
Just to say thank you to our board. I mean, this settlement process and going through it last year, it got a little messy, and I really appreciate that we didn't move forward in a divisive way, that we brought it back and we found a way to move forward with resilience investments and damage corrections in all of our districts. That's good governance, and that's what we should have done. Supervisor Hopkins, I've heard you and others many times talk about, just because this disaster had a legal settlement, but this disaster didn't, doesn't mean that we don't have an obligation to do what's right. So the folks on the ground in these communities desperately want to see their community move forward without the pockmarks and the scars that existed from 2017. And this is going to deliver on that. So I want to thank Supervisor Susan Gorin for her championship of this, and then all of you for figuring out how to take it forward. This is a big win for our communities, and just excited to see it happen. Thank you.
And I would add my thank you to Director Hoverts and Janice Thompson, actually on the ground doing the engineering and compiling the lists of roads to be repaved, not only with the PG&E settlement funds, Tier 1, 1+, Tier 2, but in the incredible investment by this board in this county in our road assets. So we're able to repave enormous numbers of miles of roads this year and next year, and yet still we have so many people who want their roads repaved, and I get that. So little by little, or gulp by gulp, we will get there.
Thank you so much. And so with that, seeing no more public comments, I will go ahead and bring it back to the board and ask Marcy to lead us in a roll call vote on the consent calendar, which is items 1 through 40, except items 4 and 38. We'll be pulling those and discussing those separately. Item 20 is a joint action with the directors of the Sonoma Valley County Sanitation District. Marcy?
Thank you.
Supervisor Hopkins, can I add one thing beforehand? Just since we added this, is that okay?
Sure.
Very quickly, we have an issue that we've been addressing out here in DC while I've been out for the National Association of Counties. I don't know if Marissa Montenegro, we all have a board letter, Chair Hopkins, that you signed, since we're talking about PG&E settlement funds, that showed that according to the ARPA, the America Rescue Plan Act allocations, is that our PG&E settlement dollars would count against us on a balance sheet and take away flexible use of those ARPA funds on the ground. I want to let you know that we met with the Vice President about this. The Vice President referenced Sonoma County. We met with the IGA, the Intergovernmental Affairs with the Treasury Department, and we have received very good feedback, not just from us, but we rallied a group around us of Calaveras, Butte, others. And I do feel very rationally optimistic that we are going to be able to not have the money we're putting back into our repairing our community or making our community resilient count against us in terms of rebuilding from the pandemic. So I'll provide an update through Marissa Montenegro, but since we're talking about PG&E fund allocation, I just wanted to take the opportunity to give you an update and thank our staff for preparing us and working through CSAC and NACO to make that happen.
Okay, with that, we can go back to unless there are any other comments, roll call vote from Marcy, please.
Thank you. This is for 1 through 40.
Accepting 4 and 38.
Correct. Supervisor Gorin,
Aye.
Supervisor Rabbit,
Aye.
Supervisor Corsi,
Yes.
Supervisor Gore,
Yes.
Chair Hopkins.
Yes.
And then for the Sonoma Valley County Sanitation District vote for item number 20, Supervisor Gorin,
Aye.
Mayor Agramonte, absent. Chair Hopkins.
Yes. Thank you so much, Marcy. So with that, we will move on to item 4, which is looking at sort of CEQA support for some critical projects that unfortunately were not CEQA compliant when they were proposed by the community, really focusing in the lower Russian River. And I had an excellent conversation with Supervisor Corsi about this late last week or over the weekend or at some point. And there was a suggestion that we didn't necessarily want to inhibit excellent applications in the next round. And so the idea of actually putting an additional $3 million into the pot for the next round came up to ensure that we're really able to move forward with getting as much vegetation management. And we're not sort of, putting strings, but we're really still trying to accelerate that work around the county. We also talked a bit about the need to accelerate the process because there might be other excellent proposals in the community that also need CEQA support. And so I just wanted to open the conversation to my colleagues to see if there was support for the idea of expanding the pot for next year and hopefully get going on it a little bit earlier so that we could actually make sure that if there are other folks who need technical assistance, that we would be there to provide those services for them. Because that's what we really struggled with in West County. Lots of amazing projects, lots of very high-risk communities, and yet not the CEQA expertise in order to get that across the finish line and ensure that we're complying with all regulations. So Supervisor Gorin.
Thank you for pulling this off the consent calendar. This is a really important item, and I would support putting in additional funding to continue to jumpstart vegetation management efforts. I've heard from a number of folks in my community, even though, as you have heard, we have a number of neighborhoods and fire safe councils that are moving forward with implementation of the vegetation management grants. There's still a lot of questions out there and frustrations because they don't have the recipe yet for accessing funds for the enormous amount of vegetation management efforts that they need to take in their neighborhoods and in their fire safe councils. They're also confused about how to get that information and who to contact. I did have great conversation with Crystal and Carol Hart. Thank you, Carol, Misty Arias, and John Mack, trying to make some sense of how we might move forward on this. And I was reassured by Misty's assurance that they're on track to hire a vegetation management coordinator. And we may need to think about additional help for that vegetation management coordinator, because of the good news is that we are continuing to receive funding from the state and federal government for this effort, because they know that wildfires, even today, are just spreading all over the West. And it's distressing that this early in the season, we have Oregon, especially in flames in northeastern California. It's where we were a couple of months ago last year. But so we need to be far more proactive, but we need some help for the communities to understand how to prioritize, how to come together, how to collaborate, a checklist of what it is that they need to be looking for a specific kind of projects to make their communities and neighborhoods fire safe. So I hope that the CAO, and I talked with Cheryl about this, as well as the 4 or 5 folks I talked with on Friday, we need to come together with the board, perhaps within the context of the implementation of the BRIC-funded $37 million funds, to help our neighborhoods make some sense out of how they apply for vegetation management, who they apply to for the grants, and what it is we are looking for, what kind of criteria. And do these projects need CEQA analysis or not? Is it on private land or public land, private right-of-ways? So let's get organized now before any more of our lands burn. This year, hopefully we can get organized before that happens. So thank you so much. I will be supporting this in a heavily rich vegetation, West County. And you would think every bit of the first district is gone. No, we still have a lot of heavy vegetation and vegetation that has regrown in the fire burn areas. So let's figure this out.
Thank you, Supervisor Gorin. Any other comments, Supervisor Rabbit, followed by Supervisor Corsi?
No, thank you very much. And I appreciate all the work, and especially to Carol Hart and to Misty Arias. But also, for me personally, it's really a matter, and I love the idea of the community input. But I do want to make sure that we have that overlay of having a coordinated and strategic approach. And the fire experts, the fire services folks who know how to stop or where you stop a fire, our forestry experts. So science really and data really need to lead the way, as opposed to community coming up with an idea. And I do think that, Carol, you made mention of this, I think, in talking to Ben Nichols as well, that we need to have a string of coordinated projects so that we really can get some, backbone that's really going to be a lot more efficient, as opposed to a small little one-off area of vegetation management. So I'm supportive of all of that going forward. Just make sure we have this overlay to have these things really scrutinized, as they should be, because it's a lot of money, and we want to make sure that it's actually going to achieve the goal that people think it's going to achieve going forward. So thank you.
Supervisor Corsi?
Thanks. And as I said to you last week when we talked, Chair Hopkins, I support this item. I want to make sure that we don't exclude folks as we go into next year on this, though. And that's why I brought up the idea of putting more money into the pot next year, so everybody has a chance to apply. That worthy projects have money to compete for. And also on the $300,000 that we're putting into Permit Sonoma for technical assistance, I also hope that technical assistance is available to the community at large. There are plenty of organizations, neighborhood groups out there that are hoping to be able to compete for this money. And as Supervisor Gorin pointed out, they need a place of contact. And I know we're getting there with the vegetation management position in ag and open space. So looking forward to having that in place. But thanks for this conversation and taking this off the consent calendar. I'll support it.
Thank you, Supervisor Gore.
Supportive of this item, supportive of the veg management position and the CEQA and the outreach and the technical assistance, supportive of additional $3 million. I assume we're looking at, just clarification, is that would come out of the vegetation management pot that we would bring back and maybe discuss before the board in conjunction with potentially this BRIC grant that we got in, and just kind of see how they float together when we bring back vegetation management in the next few months.
Thank you. And Carol, do you have anything that you'd like to add to this conversation, and just make sure that we're very clear about our direction?
Yeah, I just want to add a couple points. First point, just to reinforce Chair Hopkins' comment. Some of the highest rated projects were ones that we were unable to fund because you have homeowners associations coming together. They know that they have issues. They know that they need to deal with fire risk, but they just don't have the expertise to deal with the challenges of CEQA. So that's why we have some of the most critical projects in the county going unfunded in this round. And I'm very excited to hear the support of the board to provide the expertise within the county to assist these groups. And I'm also very excited about bringing the projects forward sooner. And I think when the board considers this again, it might be worth considering a rolling application process, because if you have projects that are ready to go, Permit Sonoma has worked on them and resolved CEQA issues. To me, it seems not the best approach to wait, say it's a prescribed burn project, till it's out of the season that they can do the project. So I think it's something to consider to bring those forward. One other comment I wanted to make is with regard to leveraging, we talked about that we need to set aside a big portion of the 25 million for veg management to leverage other money. What I've learned through this several months of this process is the way that you leverage is by being shovel ready and having CEQA complete. That's what the granting agencies are looking for. Yes, with the BRIC grant, a match was essential, and that brought us this incredible 50 million for veg management. But I think generally speaking, my observations are, let's get the help, get these projects CEQA resolved and ready to go, and then we'll be able to attract the outside funding that we talked about during our original hearing on this program. So thank you very much for your support.
Supervisor Gorin?
Thanks, Carol. I appreciate it. And I love your idea of a rolling, sort of moving it. When a good application comes in, let's figure out how to move it forward. Let's not wait arbitrarily for 6 to 9 months to award this. In the staff report, talked about you reviewing 89 applications with the estimated project cost of over $16 million. As I discussed on Friday, I'm not sure what the applications are. I'm not sure where the applications come from, what areas of the county they come from. And maybe we could have sort of an analysis coming forward about why those applications, some of them might have been really good, as you said, and some of them not. So let's include that in the checklist, in the recipe box for what we're looking for, and offering to meet with representatives of those organizations and areas to help understand what their project priority is. And so we can help them improve their applications and then get funded in a later round. And it would also be helpful, and I'm trying to weed through a map. Maps are difficult often. You have to get down to the granular level, but it would be good to figure out where on a map of Sonoma County the vegetation management grants were awarded. This area is being covered, and this area, is there overlap, or are they separated? It would help the board's understanding about what we're funding, both on the ground and spatially where they are. To get to Supervisor Rabbit's comments, are they connected? And is this an area that has already been really prioritized by the experts in the CLE report? So thank you, Carol, for all of your help in this. We still have a lot of deep diving to do.
Right, and just through the chair, we do have maps. They're interactive maps. They're, that they are. I have them on my screen, but I don't think today is the day. But the difficulty is that they're interactive. They're not the type of thing that we could send out to you. But I can certainly send out a more static map to all of the board. And I have gone over the maps that sort of identify the projects and describe them in more detail. So I'm going to get those to you today, Supervisor Gorin, so that you can see in a better way. And I'm sure in a future date, we can have a more thorough presentation before the board.
Thanks, Carol. And again, following up, I'd like to meet with you and some of the neighborhood groups that were not successful to give them some help in preparing for the next round.
Thank you so much, and for the great discussion to my colleagues and also to Carol. And thank you so much for your tireless work on this. We're really getting some very critical work done in Sonoma County. And I love your idea of a rolling deadline, right? If there are other great projects that hit those hotspots that Supervisor Gorin was describing on the map, there's no reason to wait, right? We should get those going. We should let folks know that they have funding available so that the second that they're able to, weather permitting and everything else, get that vegetation management work done, we should hit go. I think that there's clearly a tremendous amount of energy and interest on this subject at the Board of Supervisors. And I do believe, I meant to look it up before the meeting, but I didn't. Is it August when we're bringing forward the Community Wildfire Protection Plan? And I think we'll have an opportunity to discuss some of this again at that time. And that might be a great opportunity, actually, Carol, to showcase some of those interactive maps in front of the board. That would be really wonderful.
Great, thank you.
Wonderful. Okay, so with that, I would ask if there are any members of the public in the chambers who would like to comment on item 4. I'm not seeing any. So Marcy, I would ask if there are any members of the public on Zoom who would like to comment on item 4.
Certainly, please raise your hand in the Zoom app or press star 9 on your phone keypad if you're a phone attendee. There are a couple hands raised. Chair Hopkins, should we continue with the 2 minutes unless we hear otherwise?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, for our first individuals, David, please unmute and state your full name before beginning your comment.
Mute. All right, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Great. My name is David Rosen, and I've been asked to represent Rio Neto, where there's understandably great support for this project. I definitely want to very much thank all the supervisors for your enthusiasm for these projects, and especially Supervisor Hopkins in our district. This is wonderful stuff. And also Carol Hart and Chief Nichols. We appreciate all the work that you're doing. When the Walbridge fire hit, Rio Neto was one of the most at-risk communities, one of the first to be evacuated, one of the last to be allowed to return. We have projects that are shovel-ready. They've been conditionally approved, and we're just awaiting everything to be worked out on the CEQA provisions and trying to get that going. We're very open to site tours. We're enthusiastic, and we have crews and process in place. And I will yield my other minute back to someone else. Just very grateful for this work, and we are ready to go. Thank you.
All right, one moment. All right, our next commenter, please unmute and state your name.
Hi, this is Amy Balhars. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. So I'm president of Safer West County, and I'm representing a coalition of property owners from Monte Rio to Freestone along the Bohemian Corridor. And we've actually pulled together this coalition as part of this grant cycle in order to create something that's bigger than any individual property and that looks at the ecosystem in total. We have over 3,000 acres, over a dozen property owners. We have both private and public representation, and it goes all the way from state parks to smaller areas like Camp Meeker Rec and Park. We've got Bohemian Preserve and the Occidental Arts and Ecology Center, as well as the CYO Camp. And we are so committed as a group to being part of the work that's being done. We've brought in firefighters, we've brought in the Gold Ridge RCD. We really want to take this as a fireshed, watershed issue and look at how do we protect this Bohemian Corridor and its entry into the Russian River, both from an environmental standpoint and of course from a fireshed. And we've got very important small communities at stake here that have been called out in the CLE report from Camp Meeker and Occidental and Guerneville that all would be benefited by activity here. What we need is the CEQA review. And so your support for this initiative with Permit Sonoma will go a long way to helping us to make that happen. Thank you. I really appreciate your support.
All right, our next commenter, please unmute and state your name.
Hi, my name is Tim Espinoza. I'm a member of Fire Safe Camp Meeker. as well as director at Alliance Redwoods Conference Grounds. We have participated in the collaborative process across this Bohemian Highway corridor, and it has been a very eye-opening process and a lot of work, and the number of people that have been involved has been tremendous. The cooperation across those collaborative lines has been amazing. We're looking forward to seeing the support that the Board of Supervisors is rendering. It's without that kind of help with the CEQA process, I don't think that we would be able to accomplish anything along what we hope to do with our fire mitigation process. So I would encourage you to continue to support that process. It's been, again, it's been eye-opening just exactly what's involved administratively. We have excellent ideas across the board. We have important ideas across the board of how to mitigate our fire danger. And we need a lot of help with that CEQA process. So thank you for participating in that and supporting that process.
All right, and Chair Hopkins, that concludes public comment in Zoom.
Thank you so much, Marcy. And CEO Bratton did correct me. Actually, in August, we have our emergency operations plan, as well as a sort of large-scale emergency evacuation plan calendared for August, but not the community wildfire protection plan, which will be in spring of the following year. However, we do have an item on our regular calendar, which is talking about the calendar. So I think we should flag that and maybe look if there's some way of incorporating some of this vegetation management conversation into August. So CEO Bratton, do you have any other thoughts or just go ahead?
No, I look forward to the conversation.
Great. All right. Well, thank you so much, Carol, for all of your fantastic work on this. I never know what to call you, Commissioner Hart, Coastal Commissioner Hart, previous director. I don't know. So I hope it's okay to call you Carol. With that, Marcy, I would ask you to lead us in a roll call vote on this agenda item number 4.
Supervisor Gorin.
Aye.
Supervisor Rabbit.
Aye.
Supervisor Corsi.
Yes.
Supervisor Gore.
Yes.
Chair Hopkins.
Yes. So that motion carries unanimously, that item, and we will go ahead and move on to item 38. Now, before accepting public comment on this item, I would like to hand the proverbial microphone over to Supervisor Gore to provide a little bit of context for this.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Hopkins and the rest of the board and all the staff who have worked on this and all the community members who have not only applied to be on this, but raised their voice to be a part of an important process. I just want to start with a couple of facts and not specific, on this issue. There was another thing that I want folks on the board to know that we've contacted the Press Democrat also, got a note back from Mashley who wrote the article, but the article that appeared, the last paragraph of it said that one of my appointees, Jeff Okrepke, did not file a complete application. And so we're just asking for a review of that and a retraction of where they got that information, because quite honestly, the review of the appointees that I selected, which was Liz Acosta, who is an elections specialist from Sonoma County and Windsor, and then Jeff Okrepke, who is a fire rebuild leader out of Coffee Strong and knows that area very well, came from a list of applicants that I was provided by the county administrator's office and our leader on this charge, Crystal Querijero and Yvonne Shu, as vetted and approved applications submitted. So those were selected based off of that with my staff, Jenny Chamberlain, Jen Mendoza, and others. So I want to just mention that side of things. And I want to, I know that Mr. Okrepke has been mentioned in some people's posts and other things. And I want to apologize for that to him, because that sucks when all you do is put in an application and somebody appoints you because of your longstanding good work, and then all of a sudden you're called about all these other things. So outside of that, let's address the issue at hand that's before us today. And I want folks to know that, when we looked at the at-large appointments, and remind the Board of Supervisors, each of us, I think both Supervisor Hopkins and I were virtual. Supervisor Corsi was, as the vice chair, was leading the meeting. And we all went into a process where we agreed upon the appointments that came out of our district. And then we each put forth 2 names onto the at-large positions. The at-large positions that came forward, the one that the 2 that I listed were Herman G. Hernandez, not Herman J. Hernandez. My understanding was that he had applied, but upon review, he had not applied because he was told that he could not apply because he was an elected official on a Sonoma County trustees for the Board of Education. And so that was a very difficult process. We fought for Herman J's application to go forward. We thought about how to bring that forward to the entire board. I worked with Council Pittman. I worked with Cheryl Bratton, talked with Linda Hopkins, since Herman G is from her district. But I was super excited, and that was, actually called him and said, I think this is going to be a great opportunity for you. What we received back from council and others was that we could not legally appoint him since he did not apply. So we would have to open up the entire application process again. Did not think that was an enviable or productive conversation to have with the board. So I went with the second appointee, who I also have not a huge degree of confidence in, not from the position he holds now, but his position of service over the last 30 years here in Sonoma County, and that's Mike Martini. So the goal for me in communicating with the chair of the Board of Supervisors was that I didn't want any surprises to come before the board. I had put 2 names forward for the at-large appointment. That was Herman G. Hernandez, who was my number 1 choice, who I tried to get through the process. And then the one that I still had was Mike Martini, a great applicant. And so we put that forward. I did not know it was originally going to come on consent. I'm happy that we're discussing it. I'm confident in going forward and taking a vote and seeing if the board approves of what is currently there with Mike Martini's appointment, and if not, looking at another process. So just quite put, I appreciate all that we've come forth to do this. And I also want to acknowledge that for all the folks who have said that they want to engage in civic processes, I also have appointments that I'm looking for to fill in Ag and Open Space District. In Planning Commission, I just appointed another person. In our work with the Commission on the Status of Women, the Commission of Human Rights, and others. And so I look forward to any and all and collaborating going forward. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Supervisor Gore. Any other comments? Supervisor Gorin.
Thank you, Supervisor Gore, for that discussion. It's been, we approached this task, this function with a lot of excitement. Once a decade opportunity to look at supervisorial districts and try to figure out where the boundaries might shift, and to choose great people, thoughtful people for the redistricting commission. And just a slight correction, we were all forwarded an email suggesting that my at-large appointment is Karen Weeks. No, just got that a little confused. My 2 appointments were Socorro Shields and Karen Weeks from the League of Women Voters, and my at-large appointment was Ray Willette, Vice Chair from the Springs MAC. And so that I want to avoid that confusion. But I think there's a larger issue that the letter from the NAACP, Segreta Woodard, speaks to, and that is we need a much better way of community outreach. Every effort we make is full of good intentions, and yet we've now had a couple of instances, and I know the Measure O oversight was an instance also where it was not successful in recruiting someone geographically appropriate, but also this, and I think the Golden Gate Bridge District. Can we maybe take a step back, not from this action, but look at how we advertise opportunities, both for the county at large for these kind of appointments, but we're I don't think doing an exceptional job in outreach from the subject like Sonoma Water or Permit Sonoma or TPW. Every time we're looking for some outreach, we sort of miss outreaching to a number of different organizations and areas. So I think we need to have a more thoughtful approach to outreach, how we do that for something countywide as well as subject matter specific, and look at the master list of those organizations and individuals who might receive the outreach. As an example, we could put on the website, if someone wants to be alerted to every opportunity for appointment. We have alerts for general plan updates and things like that. Why not appointments to county processes? So I think we and I would welcome Paul Gullickson and the communications team to comment on that and think about that. But I think we need to, as I said before, take a step back and look at more holistically how we increase diversity in our outreach efforts, geographical diversity as well as ethnic and racial diversity. So let's figure out how to make this happen. We can do this.
Thank you, Supervisor Gorin. Other comments, Supervisor Corsi?
Thanks for the explanation you provided, Supervisor Gore. And this is not the first time that Herman and Herman Hernandez have been mixed up. It's completely understandable. I want to thank the NAACP for the letter that they sent, for the activism that they have shown over the past few months with their new leadership. And, you know, I think that it has opened eyes around here. It's got my attention. I think it's got all of our attention. But it needs to have more than just our attention and our eyes open. I feel that appointing the applicant who's on the table right now would ignore that, and I'm not able to take that action this morning. I had put forward a couple of names, including Kirsten Lang, who is a member of the NAACP board, as one of my at-large appointees. She was not my first choice, but she is my second choice, and I would support her this morning.
Supervisor Rabbit? No comments. And I think that we would like to open it up to public comments before we begin deliberation on this item. Are there any members of the public who would like to participate in person? Don't see any. Thank you very much for letting me know. So Marcy, I would ask you to go ahead and lead public comment in Zoom.
Thank you. For anyone in Zoom, please raise your hand in the Zoom app or press *9 on your phone keypad to raise your hand if you are a phone-in attendee. And this is for item number 38 on today's agenda. And there are a couple hands, so thank you very much for the timer slide. Okay, and for our first commenters, it will be Kirsten, followed by Celeste, and then Herman. Please unmute and state your name.
Good morning. This is Kirsten Land speaking on behalf of myself, not any organizations that I am affiliated with. I think it's really important to recognize the conversation that popped up in the article from the PD was more of a critique of the call to question on what true equity looks like. And to some of the key points Supervisor Gorin has just made, it's important to take a step back and recognize where the advertisement and community partnerships look like. And if it were so simple to just check a box and that completed your application process, I believe more people would have applied. But for those that put in the thoughtful time and attention to fill out an application, complete a submission of a resume, and share their qualifications, passion for being involved, not just based on their organizational affiliations, then that should speak volumes for folks to be considered to be a part of this committee. Redistricting serves and provides an opportunity for consideration as we look at Roseland's integration into Santa Rosa, who and how the leadership will continue to go and be reflected. And after seeing a rise of diverse candidates, I personally want to see that pipeline continue to grow and thrive, and having people on this commission with that in mind and at the forefront of their experiences is far better than someone who possesses empathy or sympathy for lived experiences they may not have the opportunity to be faced with. And I think it's important for the supervisory board to continue to make decisions that model the continued discussion around equity, diversity, and inclusion, and not just keep talking about it, because this is not the first time this has been brought up recently where there have been some questions and concerns on this matter. I yield my time.
All right, our next commenter, please unmute and state your name.
Celeste Winders. So I'm just curious how many times the Board of Supervisors is going to listen and hear and talk about the lack of equity. And specifically, I want to address the anti-Blackness that exists in the decision-making process and the anti-Blackness that exists in this county. Over and over and over, we hear this, and these issues come up over and over again. And we continue to hear the Board of Supervisors say, wow, we're really listening, we're taking that to heart, and we need to make changes moving forward. Except the problem is that you don't make changes moving forward. It goes away until another issue comes up, and then you guys say the same thing again. And then we go through this whole process again. And this continues to happen and over. So forgive me if I'm really not feeling the whole, I'm really listening to the NAACP and moving forward, we need to do things differently, because I just don't believe that you will, because we hear this over and over and over again. And this is what happens when representation doesn't exist. This is what happens when people in power who make decisions don't actually represent demographically the community that they serve. And so it's not about filling one space with one Black representative, but having enough spaces in order for those votes and that decision-making process to have actual impact. And furthermore, Supervisor Lauren, I'm also, as a member of your district, getting really tired of you appointing Socorro Shields to everything. She doesn't know our community. She's not really a part of our community. We never see her. We don't connect. And quite frankly, when she was our superintendent and we went to her with issues regarding racism, she chose not to respond. So I have a real problem with her consistently representing our district as well. Thank you very much. I yield the rest of my time.
I would just like to suggest that folks who are participating in public comment attempt to refrain from personal attacks. Personal attacks on an appointed official, it just feels sort of unnecessary. If you have substantive critiques, that's one thing, but let's try to refrain from attacks and try to maintain a civil tone. Thank you.
All right, our next commenter, please unmute and state your name.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Good morning, Chairwoman Hopkins, Board of Supervisors, county staff, and community members. My name is Herman G. Hernandez, and what has transpired over the last 2 months with my specific appointment to this commission, confusion is a huge bummer and it's unfortunate. I was both incredibly grateful and super excited for the opportunity to serve, and was humbled by your unanimous vote at the June 8th public meeting. I take full responsibility for my own mistake and misunderstanding and apologize for the confusion and delay this has caused our community. I understand the appointing process to any commission is tough and comprehensive, but I want to focus on equity on your 15th appointment. You have a golden opportunity to lead by example and practice by applying equity in your final selection. You have an amazing opportunity to make up for the decades of systemic oppression and disengagement of Sonoma County's Black, Indigenous, and people of color. One of the fundamental pillars of equity is to allocate resources or support, or in this case, representation to the communities or people who need it the most, or who have not had adequate representation in the past. You have incredibly qualified individuals, and I hope you consider Kirsten Lang, Lindsay Bersina, Rocio Rodriguez, or Veronica Vences. Equity is not going to seem fair to people who have lived a life of privilege and have held power for generations in Sonoma County. This last appointment is very important for our county in terms of building trust with the county and moving forward through equitable action. My intention is not to be disrespectful. It is to speak honestly about what equity is and what it is not. I know these are not easy conversations, and I want to leave you with this. Equity looks like a woman of color being appointed to the 15th seat of your redistricting commission. It does not look like the current person that you have nominated and is being considered on the table. I encourage you to step forward and take bold action towards equity and not step backwards. Thank you for your consideration.
Next commenter, please unmute and state your name.
Hello, I'm Laurel Green. Hello, Chairwoman Hopkins, Board of Supervisors and Community. I would like to acknowledge the white paralysis that takes place when clear thinking Black and brown representation steps forward to set things right in a community. If we were to respond non-defensively to the demand of the NAACP, it would be a swift, correct action, and it actually makes sense. So I encourage you and implore you, please make that 15th appointment to a woman of color from our community. Thank you. I yield my time.
All right, and Chair Hopkins, I'm not seeing any additional hands for comment.
Thank you very much, and I will bring it back to the board for deliberation. Before I do, I would like to provide some statistics and some facts regarding this, which is that I specifically asked the CAO's office after receiving the letter from the NAACP to share with me the demographic information currently for the county, which we're mostly familiar with, as well as the current demographic information for the 14 folks who have already been appointed to the ARC. Currently, the ARC is 57% female and 42% male, 7% African American, 35% Caucasian, 42% Latinx, and 14% not stated. We also, when you compare that to the actual demographics of Sonoma County, you have 86.8 people identifying as white alone, 2% identifying as Black or African American alone, 2.2% identifying as American Indian or an Alaska Native alone, 4.6% as Asian alone, 0.4% Native Hawaiian and other Pacific Islander alone, 4.0% two or more races, 27.3% Hispanic or Latino, and 62.9% white alone, not Hispanic or Latino. And I also want to acknowledge something, which is that I heard a really excellent story on NPR the other day about how terrible sort of we are at analyzing demographics and how oftentimes in these kinds of simple percentages, you really lose a lot of the intersectionality and sort of people wind up having to check boxes that they don't necessarily identify with, which is why when you look at those numbers, they don't all add up to 100%. But I would say that overall, when you just look off the top, we have really looked and worked hard to create an equitable redistricting commission that actually sort of lifts up voices of people of color. And I would also add that one of the things that occurred to me that was concerning was that, I realized after the NAACP letter that we really don't have anyone who represents the API community in Sonoma County, which has unfortunately been the target of a number of different hate crimes and sort of words over the past couple of years in particular. And then, the more that I thought about it, I also thought that we're in an impossible situation where, for instance, we have 7% African American. That's one person on a body of 15. And you can't possibly ask one person to represent the interests of an entire community or, an entire ethnicity or culture. And so I really do fundamentally believe that the redistricting committee work needs to not just end with the 15 people that we have on the committee. To Supervisor Gorin's point, we need to outreach into these communities because you cannot expect one person to shoulder the load of an entire culture and carry that forward and represent that because cultures are diverse. And we need to make sure that there are lots of voices and lots of ways for folks to provide input. And so I really look forward to broadening that. I would also just say before we start the deliberations that unfortunately we have created a situation of scarcity where suddenly so much feels like it depends upon this one spot, when I really think that we need to take a step back and actually look at the committee as a whole and sort of how does that represent our community? Does it or doesn't it? And, it's interesting. I remember having a conversation actually with Mike Martini where he was telling me about why he got into politics and why he got into public service. It was actually the civil rights movement. That was what fired him up, and that was what drew him to public service. And so, I think that sometimes we also put people in boxes that they don't necessarily fit in. So those are just some of my thoughts, but I would open it to my colleagues, and I would like to start with Supervisor Gore, because the way that we started this conversation was really each person had the ability to really nominate 3 people. And so, Supervisor Gore, in deference to your nomination, I want to hand it over to you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Hopkins. I think I said it at the beginning. I want to see what the vote is for Mike Martini to go forward. I also would like us to consider, I think, as a way to do this is to either, here's the other side. I want more voices at the table. I don't want this to be, I want this to be as unifying as possible. I don't know if the board's interested in adding another few seats. I would love to appoint Kristen Lang. I would love to appoint, I had actually put Rocio Rodriguez's name up at a potential at-large in one of our first conversations. Also, we could add observer positions for some kind of an advisory council. But the point there is that I personally, you've heard me say this a lot over the course of this year, in a time of divisiveness, instead of being an either or, I've tried to be a yes and. So I'd like to move forward with the vote on this appointment, and then if the board would like to consider it, I think I personally want to put up a couple names and add it, or at least one, Kristen Lang, and maybe add a seat to the board, or even add 2. And I don't know if that's an option for us with what we pass, but I want that inclusion there at the table. So just a thought. I think those are kind of 2 actions, but just for the board.
I appreciate that, Supervisor Gore, and I would actually personally support that proposal. I do think that it would be really wonderful, and I know that we have at least one AAPI candidate who applied to get the voice of the Asian American and Pacific Islander, or at least a voice from the Asian American and Pacific Islander community, and I would support Martini as well as Kirsten Lang, and potentially I would throw in Lindsay Bersina as a possibility. Supervisor Gore?
That sounds good to me. I'd be good with a motion on that, no matter what details we have to bring back to do it right.
Well, I'd like to go back to, we chose a number, and that would be ideal, working with the community and working with the county. And so we sort of came up with 2 per supervisorial district plus 5 for the at-large seats to add some complexity and diversity. And from my perspective, adding representation for Sonoma Valley, I'm comfortable if we want to add seats. Do we want to add 5 seats, 1 from each district? What would that do? Is that too many? And so I need better information from Crystal, potentially about the magic number for the commission that we're appointing.
Do you have a magic number, Crystal?
I don't have a magic number. I think when we started the process, there was certainly some interest in keeping the number manageable. But of course, that's for the board to consider in terms of balancing the number with representation. Perhaps County Council Pittman might have some additional thoughts on that.
So through the chair, there's no set number by statute as to how many members you want to place on there. I will offer that ours is larger than most counties have done already. Most counties have roughly 5. We previously, during our last cycle, had 3 who drew the line. So, there's a balance somewhere in between there. Keep in mind that under the new statutory scheme, there's a significant amount of public outreach and town hall requirements. So that's where you can also get the voice of the various communities to get their input. We will, if the board's desire is to expand the number of candidates, we will have to bring that back because we did not notice that as far as today's agenda. And as part of that, we could also reopen the application process if you want to get additional applicants.
Supervisor, going to that answer your question?
Well, it sort of answers my question. Who are those 3? I have bones to pick with those 3 who decided the boundaries a decade ago. Just kidding. I do recognize that outreach is going to be essential for this committee, and there is a time commitment. And I hope that everybody applied understands the implied commitment of outreach and time spent to get it right. I would be supportive of adding more seats, and I'm comfortable with choosing the other alternate as well to represent Sonoma Valley, or she has great knowledge of Sonoma Valley, working with Lelou Center for a long time. So I don't know how we want to proceed, but I don't think I would be supportive of opening up the application broadly and then coming back in a month again. I think we need to get busy on the work ahead.
Other thoughts from my colleagues? Supervisor Rabbit?
Thank you very much. I appreciate you going through the kind of the demographic breakdown, and you're right, it's limiting to some degree, but at the same time, it's telling. And I think we've done a good job in terms of trying to really have a diverse group of people here going forward. I don't necessarily think that we should enlarge from 15. I think 15 is a big body. There's already, as I understand it, been one meeting, and as we all know, this is an abbreviated exercise because of the census coming out late and whatnot. And as our council said, the additional emphasis with this cycle on community meetings and output and outreach, I think will also be very beneficial. To the original point regarding how we go about, soliciting for anything, and we've talked about this earlier this year, and I do think that we need to kind of continue to revisit that. I will tell you, as one person on this body who represents the South County, not Santa Rosa, there is a bit of a bias for someone within the district. And then you start there. I know people from my district. I don't always know the people who have applied. And yeah, it's on me as well to reach out, but it's also on the applicant to reach out and to state their case why they believe they're the best candidate. And sometimes that's beyond just filling out a form with information, personal information or whatever else. So I think we have some work to do in that regard. As we all know, we appoint so many people to so many committees. Sometimes it's easy, sometimes it's hard. Sometimes we're out there, beating the bushes, trying to get someone who's interested, has a passion, willing to step up. And that's what we need to continue to try to alleviate, or, come up with solutions that work for all of us. But really, most importantly, work for the community to really have participation going forward. So I believe today we need to take the action, move forward, and let the committee get to its work.
Supervisor Corsi, on the topic of potentially adding a couple of seats, do you have thoughts?
I'm ready to vote.
Okay, well, I would entertain a motion. We could either make a motion to move the current appointment, or we could make a motion to expand the committee and bring back, additional seats. I will just say that I think that the committee is already large. Adding another couple of seats isn't going to impede progress. I don't think that going from 15 to 17 is going to change things substantially. So I personally would support adding 2 additional seats in order to provide an increased opportunity for diversity on the commission. And that way we can.
Supervisor Hopkins, I would like, as much as we talk about bringing things back and other things, both the names Kirsten Lang and the name Lindsay Bersina Rose were already, both of those were already applicants. I would move for us to approve the appointment of Mike Martini and add from the NAACP recommendation, Kirsten Lang, and also add Lindsay Bersina as a representative of the AAPI community, and just have the item come back on consent. That is for the growth of the committee. Thank you.
And I believe that County Council is leaning in to advise us that we could provide direction, but we cannot take that formal action today, but we could provide direction that would then bring it back on consent. Is that correct?
We will bring it back on consent as soon as possible. I will defer to the county administrator as to what agenda she wants it on. We will need to revise your original agenda, creating the commission to add the 2 seats.
Okay.
And that would be if we have obviously majority board support for this action. CAO Bratton, do you have anything? And then I would seek a second on that motion.
Well, I would just recommend if we do bring it back, we do it on July 27th because we just hosted July 20th.
Okay. Do we have a second for that motion? The motion would be to move forward with the appointment of Mike Martini. I'm just going to try to restate Supervisor Gore's motion. Feel free to correct me if I'm wrong. And then bring back on consent an item adding Kirsten Lang and Lindsay Bursina as additional seats to the ARC.
Well, the only thing I would say is I did forward the name of Veronica Vences. She knows Sonoma Valley very well and could outreach effectively. And so I'm not sure how large, that's the magic question, how large. If we appoint 3, then it's an even number. Is that really concerning? I'm not sure, but I would like to, I'd like to support this motion, but I'm concerned that I would really like to have another member from Sonoma Valley who understands the BIPOC community in Sonoma Valley.
Do you have a friendly amendment to that motion?
I'd like to expand it to maybe 3, and I'm a little concerned that's an even number, but I don't think that's
Okay.
Okay.
I'll accept that.
That was accepted. All
The
right.
only thing is I'm wondering, Supervisor Gorin, is would you want to put, I don't know if the others have any, would you want to appoint the person from Sonoma Valley to it and list her name since she was already an applicant?
Right. And I would, if you're forwarding
Okay.
2 names, I would add
Yeah.
Veronica Vences to that list.
I'm supportive of that.
So any comments before we go to a vote on that item? Supervisor Rabbit.
I believe that if we just take a vote on what's on the agenda today, give direction to staff to come back with additional spots without naming anyone. I don't feel comfortable naming people that I don't even truly have a good relationship with or a relationship or knowledge. And I also would want to, if we're starting to go down that path, go back and look, what's the diversity of the geographic diversity that we have on here? Because I don't see that many people from the South County. And if it's a matter of now expanding this thing and throwing more names in the hat, I like to have that opportunity as well.
That's fair.
We do have a motion on the floor. Shall we proceed with a vote on that motion, or is there a competing proposal? I'm hearing just a motion. So should we go?
Well, there's a motion and a second to add 3. We could not be specific about the names, but we could add 3 and then bring it back with additional information on the makeup of the committee to figure out what we're missing. But then it would delay it by another couple of weeks if we add names and then bring that back. So I guess, David, I'd like some clarification on what it is you're asking for. If we come back with that analysis of who actually is serving in the geographical areas next week, I think we might be dark for a couple of weeks, but I want to hear more of your thoughts.
Well, I think I'm uncomfortable naming names today because this wasn't on the agenda. I think that if you want to add 3 spots, add 3 spots and let people submit their names. All those who submit can be on the, we can do it like we did the first time. That would be legit and legal in terms of following the agenda. But I don't feel comfortable specifically naming names today. Let's just do it that way.
My question, I guess, for Crystal would be, what is the schedule for the ARC? Because I also don't want folks to get too far behind. And so if we push this out, we might create an inequitable situation within the ARC itself, where some folks have participated in more meetings and others have participated in less.
Thank you, Chair Hopkins. I was just taking a look at this calendar. There is a meeting on July 26th, and then following that, the next meeting would be on August 23rd.
So if we were to appoint folks at, what was the meeting that you had suggested, CAO Bratton?
July 27th.
So that would just miss it. Is there any way to either bring this back next week or to postpone that meeting to allow the other representatives to participate in the committee? Any thoughts?
The other thing I would say, Supervisor Hopkins, is that this is an advisory redistricting commission. People want to be involved. I am not fearful of if we added one name or if we added five, what Supervisor Gorin says. I'm still going to try to get to a compromise and a yes and answer. So what I would say is that I might amend the motion that already exists with those three names allocated. And then I would offer and say, if two other names want to come back from districts 3 and District 2, with that item, I'm totally fine with that happening. It's a lot of people on a committee. They want to be involved. Ultimately, it's advisory. We have to decide on whatever maps they do. So I'm just going to continue to try to get to, even if it's bigger, I don't think it's unruly. I think it's worth it for us to do this right. The other point is the reason I don't want to go back with those names is because I want to make a statement. The NAACP has reached out. You've mentioned the AAPI community. Supervisor Gorin's mentioned this. If Supervisors Corsi and Rabbit want to have appointments that align with that, bring it on. So I would amend the motion to say those three individuals that we identified, and then add two others that can be identified, one each from districts 3 and 2, to come back with the consent calendar item and let the ARC continue with its deliberations at hand.
If I may, through the chair, as part of the redistricting process, those meetings are posted on our website. I don't know how quickly they're going up, but there was a training at the end of June for the members who had been appointed. Crystal can confirm whether or not that is currently on our website or not. We can get that material to them so that they don't fall behind. And folks who know or think they may be appointing can always attend these meetings. So going forward, they don't lose the information and don't have to go back and catch up.
Supervisor Gore, I really appreciate what you just said. And I actually think that democracy is unruly and it is messy, and that I'd honestly rather have that unruly messiness being happening with folks who are empowered to actually provide formal recommendations to the Board of Supervisors, rather than having folks on the outside frustrated that they don't have a voice at the table. And I actually also appreciate, I personally support the idea of advancing at least three names, or I guess 2 extra names today, so that we do respond and we do, to the public commenters' point, show that we are listening and that we are hearing what folks are saying. Supervisor Gorin?
I was just going to say I would accept that amendment to the motion as the seconder of the motion. That's comfortable for me.
All right. And then CAO Bratton, you might have a thought on timing.
Timing and clarification. Yeah. So I believe the board is simply talking about existing applicants, not open up for new. Okay.
Correct.
So
I would say the people, just as the motion, I would say for the positions for Supervisors Corsi and Rabbit is to pull off of the existing applications that are out there in the community.
Okay. And then on timing, we could post an addendum for next Tuesday, put it on regular. We think there's enough time. So then that way you don't have to identify, who those positions go to. And we may want to structure it where the size of the committee is up to 21, but the board will decide, next week after discussion, so that we don't have to go back again, or 20, or, just a thought.
Supervisor Corsi.
Just want to clarify, I think what Supervisor Gore is proposing comes to 19. Is that
correct?
And I think it's a good idea to keep it an odd number,
correct,
just for the sake of good governance there.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah.
So we do have a motion on the floor. Should we go ahead and vote on that motion, or are there any other further amendments? And are we crystal clear on what that motion is? Supervisor Gore, would you like to restate the current version of the twice amended, I don't know, motion?
Yeah. So the motion is to approve the appointment of Mike Martini, and to approve I'm just going to move forward and say to approve the appointment of 3 individuals: Mike Martini, Lindsay Persina, who is a filed application, who is a wonderful community asset, and Kristen Lang, and then bring back an item with 2 other individuals and the changes to the bylaws. Now, if County Council says we can't approve people until we have those 2 positions associated, then I don't want to vote for one today. So God bless Mike Martini, but if we want to just bring them all back, I'd rather them come as a suite of individuals. I don't want to break them off. So So I'm just going to, maybe for the ease, since we haven't increased the size yet, is to come back and, like I'm going to say, I'm moving that we come back and we're nominating 3 individuals and then 2 others to be named to come back next week to be appointed to the redistricting commission with 19 total members.
I do think that there was a second to the amendment that was at some point seconded by, or an amendment that was an amendment to the motion that was then accepted by you, that Supervisor Gorin had a name. Can you repeat your name, Supervisor Gorin, for the record?
Veronica Vences.
All right. So is that okay? So it would be those.
That is okay. I want those names listed in the records. I want those names listed in the record, and then 2 more to come back for a full approval from the board.
So that would be a total of 20.
That takes you to 20, not 19.
Right.
Just making sure we got the right number.
Maybe.
Cool. We would 20. They have to achieve consensus anyway. We don't want them to have a majority vote.
I guess one question is, Supervisor Corsi, Kirsten Lang was actually your second suggestion. So would you be comfortable having that be yours and not having another sort of 3rd district appointment? And then we would just add a District 2 appointment, which then would take us to 19. Is that correct? Yes? Okay. How do you feel about that, Supervisor Gore? Did you follow that?
Thank you. Thank you, Supervisor Corsi.
So then essentially Supervisor Rabbit will forward a name that would be considered next week, and the other people have all been named. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Should we vote on that before anything changes?
Yes, please. Go.
CAO Bratton, did you have a couple of words?
Well, I was just, can't help it. Council Pittman, can the board vote on these other names? Given that the committee's size is only 15.
The direction is we will bring it back. But for clarity, we need you to withdraw the motion then to move forward with Mike Martini on today's meeting. And then we'll take a motion to come back with the amendments to the composition of the ARC, as well as the names that were raised today for nominees and an additional nominee to be named by District 2.
So given that advice, what I would recommend is we don't take a vote today. We direct staff to bring back a regular item next Tuesday, expanding the committee number to 19, and we'll bring those names on the list, people who have already submitted, and the board can make a vote next week.
Can we take a straw vote? Is that allowed? So we did that on the budget, right? Just, I mean, come on, this has been clearly one of the most complicated motions that we've had this year. I'm going to feel disappointed if we don't get to take at least a straw vote. All right. Well, since it's a straw vote and not a formal vote, maybe I'll just ask everyone what they think. Supervisor Gore is the originator of the motion, and then Supervisor Gorin as the seconder.
Just have a thumbs up.
The first thing, if I may.
Oh, wait, you're talking again. You weren't supposed to be talking. We were
I was just going to say, do we have to withdraw the other motion first, or do you want to do that later?
Sure. Why don't you go ahead and do that?
So I just want to withdraw the motion that's there, and then also withdraw the item to appoint only Mike Martini. And I don't know if there's a second, if we can just vote on that.
Oh, wait, I'm going to disagree. No, I agree with that. Thank you.
So,
okay.
Yes, exactly.
So is clarification from County Council? Is this also a straw vote?
Essentially what we have now ended up with on your plate is we are going to continue the item and come back on 27th.
The 20th. Regular.
Okay.
So we are continuing this item.
Right.
To the 20th.
Okay, but do we have at least maybe 5 thumbs up for the current proposal, which is continuing this item, moving forward with those, is it 4 names that we have? 4 names currently, plus a 5th that will be determined by the 2nd district. Are we seeing thumbs up? I'm seeing a majority thumbs up. Supervisor Rabbit, is there a thumb hiding over there? Okay.
He's still thinking.
All right. Okay. So with that item is continued. Thank you to all of the members of the public, and thank you to all of my colleagues for navigating that Robert's Rulesy bureaucratic process that we just went through. So with that, we will be moving on to, at long last, our regular calendar. And I believe that our first item, which was supposed to be an 8:30 a.m. time certain, so just running about an hour and a half behind, will be presented by Ethan Brown from the Economic Development Board.
Yes, thank you. Good morning, Chair Hopkins, members of the board. My name is Ethan Brown, Director of Business Development with the Economic Development Board. This is a Tax Equity and Fiscal Responsibility Act, or TEFRA, public hearing to consider a request before you today to approve a resolution for the issuance of tax-exempt revenue bonds from the California Statewide Communities Development Authority in an amount not to exceed $450 million to the benefit of the applicant Front Porch Communities. $110 million of this funding will be allocated to the Spring Lake Village and Friends House Senior Living communities located in Santa Rosa, California. 12 other Front Porch communities in California will use the remaining amount of the bonds, and each of those jurisdictions have already or will conduct their own TEFRA hearing. The California Statewide Communities Development Authority was established under Joint Exercise of Powers Act in 1988 by the California State Association of Counties and the League of California Cities for the purpose of issuing tax-exempt and taxable conduit bonds for public and private entities throughout California. Front Porch Communities and Services, along with its affiliate, Covia Communities, owns and operates market-rate senior housing communities throughout California and with locations in Louisiana and Florida. These communities include continuing care retirement communities, some of which have been in operation for more than 100 years, monthly rental communities, and affordable communities. Front Porch serves a variety of income levels and offers options for a full continuum of care. Currently providing services to more than 4,000 residents, Front Porch's mission is to empower individuals to live connected and fulfilled lives through community and innovation. This financing and refinancing is related to the consolidation of existing debt due to the recent affiliation of Front Porch and Covia Communities. I would like to emphasize that the county will have no liability for the repayment of these debt obligations or obligations of CSCDA. The repayment of the debt obligations will be the sole responsibility of the applicant Front Porch Communities, a 501c3 nonprofit corporation. That concludes my presentation. James Hamill from the California Statewide Communities Development Authority is with us today, and John Woodward and Diana Jameson from Front Porch Communities are also in attendance. We have received a question from the public regarding the breakdown of funds to be spent locally versus statewide, and I'd like to ask Mr. Hamill to raise his hand in the Zoom app and provide further detail. Thank you.
So with that, I would ask if there are any questions from members of the board. Supervisor Corsi.
I'd like to hear what the representative from Front Porch has to say.
Thank you.
Through the chair, we do have Mr. Hamill here. You should be able to unmute and turn on video.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Good morning, Madam Chair, James Hamill and Board of Supervisors, James Hamill with the CSCDA. And thank Ethan for his time and efforts here on this matter. To clarify, there are eight total jurisdictions, including the cities of Anaheim, Claremont, Monterey County, City of Oakland, San Diego County, the city and county of San Francisco, and Santa Clara County, who were Front Porch all has facilities. They are all conducting their own TEFRA hearings. 4 of them have conducted and approved. The other 4 are currently in progress, as Ethan pointed out. So that is the divide and of the uses of the funds across the $450 million for that. Also want to clarify 2 other things very briefly. Is the financing is not for affordable housing, it's for senior living communities. So it is not taking away any allocations from the state or the county for any affordable housing requirements. It is essentially a refinance of existing debt. So there is no affordable housing component. And then lastly, as Ethan pointed out, all the supporting revenues are from Front Porch itself, and nothing falls back into the county from a liability standpoint. So I'm happy to answer any questions that the board may have.
Thank you very much for that. Supervisor Gorin?
Just a comment. Thank you so much for bringing this forward, Ethan and Mr. Hamill. Two of the communities are in the first district. As we know, we're aging rapidly and we need facilities, safe, quality facilities for our seniors. And those are the two premier locations and housing developments for folks in Ringa Valley and Bennett Valley. So thank you so much.
Any other questions from members of the board? And I'm not able to see Supervisor Gore, but I'm not hearing him. So I assume that there are no questions on this one. So this
No questions.
Thank you very much. So this is a formal public hearing. So if there are no more questions, I will go ahead and open the public hearing, and then I will ask Marcy to lead us in public comment. Quickly, I'll first see if there are any members of the public present in the chambers for this item. And I'm looking out there and I'm not seeing any members of the public present. Marcy?
If any members of the public would like to comment on this item, number 41 on today's agenda, please raise your hand in the Zoom app or press *9 on your phone keypad. And there are no hands for comment.
Thank you so much, Marcy. So with that, I will go ahead and close the public hearing, and I would seek a motion on this item.
You're looking for a motion? I move that we accept the report and approve the action.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Gorin. The second?
Second.
Second from Supervisor Corsi. So with that, Marcy, I would ask you to lead us in a roll call vote on this item, please.
Supervisor Gorin?
Aye.
Supervisor Rabbit?
Aye.
Supervisor Corsi?
Yes.
Supervisor Gore?
Yes.
Chair Hopkins?
Yes. Thank you very much. That motion carries unanimously. Thank you so much, Ethan and James, for your work on this item. Really, really appreciate it.
Thank you.
And with that, we will go ahead and move to item 42, which is health services fees for our public health laboratory. And I believe that we have Amelia Gabriel, our Assistant Director at Health Services, to present this.
Thank you, Chair Hopkins and Board of Supervisors. I am Amelia Gabriel, Assistant Director with the Department of Health Services. The item before you today is to conduct a public hearing to consider and adopt a resolution establishing new and amended fees to recover the reasonable cost of providing services associated with the public health laboratory for the Department of Health Services effective August 1st, 2021. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Robert Gonzalez, Administrative Services Officer 2, and Dr. Rachel Rees, Public Health Laboratory Director, to provide you with an executive summary of this board item and answer any questions that you may have about this board item.
Good morning, Chair Hopkins and board members of the board. The purpose, as stated, was to conduct a public hearing for this item. The lab currently provides clinical, environmental, and rabies testing services as mandated by the Health and Safety Code. These fee-based testing services aid doctors, acute care facilities, environmental health agencies in diagnosing and performing enforcement duties. As a fee for service operations, the fees proposed do not exceed the reasonable costs for the benefit of this service. Overall, the proposed fee adjustments are mostly between 2% and 4% with the intent of recovering increased labor costs. This year, we have 3 additional proposed fees to add to the fee schedule, all related to COVID-19 testing. There is a PCR chain reaction test at $100, a gene expert test at $101, and a respiratory panel for COVID-19 at $150. Currently, due to the state and federal funding of COVID-19 response, specifically the Epidemiology and Laboratory Capacity Payment Protection Program, so it's ELC PPP, The lab has received substantial funding to provide salaries and benefits for our existing lab staff, in addition to providing additional help, additional extra help lab staff, lab equipment, data management system, and a substantial supply of lab-related supplies and consumables. The department will continue to offer these testing services, these COVID testing services, to the public for free, as long as the county continues to receive funding to cover the cost of providing these services. These fees are being included in the fee schedule this year to ensure the county is able to charge for these services in the future in the event that the county no longer receives COVID-19 funding. The changes overall, we estimate, will increase the lab revenue for the fiscal 21-22 year at $24,151. As Amelia mentioned, Dr. Reese is here to answer any specific questions you may have regarding the lab tests. And Kelly Ritter is also on the call to assist with any fiscal information you may require.
Thank you very much for that. So with that, I will bring it back to the board for any questions. Looking to my colleagues and seeing none, I would then go ahead and formally open, or sorry, Supervisor Gore, did you have anything? Great. So with that, I will go ahead and formally open the public hearing and see if there are any members of the public in person who would like to make comment on this item. And I am not seeing any motion outside in the hall. So Marcy, is there any member of the public who would like to comment via Zoom?
Thank you. And for Zoom attendees, you would raise your hand to indicate that you'd like to comment on this item, or press *9 to raise your hand if you're a phone attendee. There are no individuals for comment on this item.
Thank you very much, Marcy. So with that, I will go ahead and close the public hearing, and I will ask for a motion on item 42, the health services fees.
So moved.
Thank you, Supervisor Rabbit.
Second.
Thank you, Supervisor Gorin with the second. Marcy, would you mind leading us in a roll call vote on this item?
Supervisor Gorin.
Aye.
Supervisor Rabbit.
Aye.
Supervisor Corsi.
Yes.
Supervisor Gore.
Yes.
Chair Hopkins.
Yes. So with that, we will go ahead and move on. Thank you so much, Robert, for that. I appreciate it. And Amelia, we will be moving on to the COVID-19 emergency response strategy update. And so I would go ahead and hand that over to Interim Director Tina Rivera of Health Services.
Good morning, Chair of the Board and Board of Supervisors. We're here to provide the COVID-19 emergency response and strategy update. I'm Tina Rivera, Interim Director for Department of Health Services. And joining me today is Dr. Sundari Mace, our Health Officer. We also have Dr. Irma Shinde serving as our Vaccine Chief, Dr. Kismet Baldwin, our Deputy Public Health Officer, Dinya Candela, our Equity Program Manager, Andrea DeSantos, our COVID-19 Section Manager, Paul Gullickson, the Communications Manager for the county, Catherine Pack, our Health Program Manager and Epidemiologist, and also Dr. Rachel Reese, our Public Lab Director. And with that, I'll turn it over to Dr. Sundari Mace to begin our presentation.
Yeah, thank you so much. And thank you to the Chair Hopkins, as well as the Board of Supervisors, for having us present an update on COVID-19. Let me pull up my slides. Okay, are you seeing those okay? All right.
Yes.
So just for, we have a few slides to present an update on where we are with our pandemic. And I think as many of you have been following, the numbers of new cases per day per 100,000 residents and the testing positivity have increased slightly since the last month, since June 15th, when we had the reopening. Our current metrics as of July 12th are that we have about 5.8 new cases per 100,000 residents per day. Our overall test positivity is 3.1%, and our test positivity in the lowest HPI quartile is 4.3%. And all these numbers are about double what they were at the lowest point, which was over a month ago at this time. And you can see from the graphs, we've seen slight increases then in all of these metrics that we are still following. And our hospitalizations are increasing, particularly among the unvaccinated, as I will get to in just a minute. Of note, you can see what our case rate is by vaccination status. And this is quite important, as you can see, amongst fully vaccinated persons, and that's the blue line, our case rate is 2 new cases per 100,000 per day, which is the lowest case rate that we ever reported. And in the unvaccinated population, you can see that this is diverging, and we have 13 new cases per day per 100,000 population. So a big difference between vaccinated and unvaccinated, and the case rate in the unvaccinated population that's driving our increase in case rate at this time. And you can see that we are still testing a little bit above the state median of 193 tests per 100,000 per day. We're at 202 tests per 100,000 people per day. And our test positivity is currently the highest in the ethnic groups that are Black and Latinx. As you can see here, at 6.3% and 8.6%. And in the population, younger age group of 5 to 17, many of whom are still not yet vaccinated, since the vaccine is not actually available for those under 12. And then in the 35 to 44 age group, we have a test positivity of 3.7%. And throughout the pandemic, we have seen the disproportional impact, specifically in the Latinx group, and they've had the highest, that group has had the highest case rate per 100,000 population of all ethnic groups, followed by Pacific Islanders, American Indian, Alaska Native, Black, African American, Asian, multiple race, people who are identified that way, and then white. And this trend is seen all over the state. So this is not specific to Sonoma County. And in the past 60 days, particularly, we've seen an increase in the case per 100,000, the rate in the Black African American population and the American Indian Alaska Native population, followed by multiple race and Latinx. And the numbers are low because the percentage of people who make up these ethnic groups in our county are quite small. But so small numbers of increases really skew these case rates. But this is what we're seeing currently. And again, largely in unvaccinated people. The age of cases in the past 60 days has gone down. We're seeing the most cases in the 20 to 29-year-old age group, then followed by 10 to 19 and 30 to 39 that are about the same at this time. 78% of our cases are now occurring in individuals 49 and younger, because that's where the majority of unvaccinated people are in these age groups. We've done a great job, as we've presented before, in reaching the over 65 population in terms of vaccination. We do have variants. Delta is particularly of concern. It's approximately 60% more transmissible than other strains and can really move quickly through groups of unvaccinated populations. And we have been seeing cases in gatherings, both large and small, amongst unvaccinated people. And the rise in case rate does coincide with when we first detected the Delta variant. And Dr. Reese is going to discuss how our variant surveillance will be expanding here shortly. You can see that we've seen a few other variants, but Delta has been the primary. Hospitalizations are concerned. They have increased from an average of 10 positive hospitalizations per day in mid-June to over 40 hospitalized at this time. Over 30% of ICU patients are COVID positive for the first time since February, and 92% of those hospitalized, 100% of the ICU patients are unvaccinated. So again, hospitalizations are being driven by unvaccinated individuals, and as you might then surmise, we're also seeing an increase in younger people being hospitalized, because those are the ones that are unvaccinated. So you can see the trend over the week admission here is definitely for an increase in the 50 to 64-year-old population and in the 18 to 49-year population as well in terms of hospitalization. And the total is the overall number here. So not as many hospitalizations in those 65 plus as we were, definitely not as we were seeing earlier during the surge last December and January, because these folks are largely vaccinated. And with the rates, you can see the same thing happening. I'm going to turn this over now to Dr. Urmila Shende to discuss vaccine administration and where we are.
Thank you, Dr. Mace, and good morning, Chair Hopkins and board. At this point, we are currently at 68% of our population in Sonoma County fully vaccinated, and 8% having received at least one dose, giving us a total of 76% who've received at least one vaccination so far. We reached a milestone last week. We did reach 600,000 doses administered in Sonoma County. Considering that our population is 433,000 of those who are eligible over the age of 12, that's a significant number of doses. We continue to have work to do, but we are making progress. We're finding that we are ticking upwards at a rate of about 1% per week, and we hope to continue moving forward and hopefully get to about 80 to 85% of our population with at least one dose of vaccination. Now, as we know, progress depends on which group we are looking at. So in the subsequent slides, we'll see that our progress is differential. And again, we have work to do. So next slide, please. So as we can see here, when we look at age groups, it's less than 60% of those who are 12 to 34 years of age who are fully vaccinated at this point. We've made, again, very good progress in our over 65 age group, of whom at least 80%, if not 90%, are fully vaccinated. And even in our group that's over 45, we've achieved 75% of at least one dose. But it's this younger group in which we have more unvaccinated persons. And as Dr. Mace mentioned, that is the group that's really driving the increase in the case rates. And we are seeing hospitalizations in this group as well. Up until this point in the pandemic, the hospitalizations really seem to be amongst those who are much older. We're finding now that it's happening in younger and younger age groups, and we have had people in their 20s and 30s and certainly 40s who've been hospitalized. So we continue to encourage vaccination in the younger groups, and to that end, we continue to make vaccines as easily accessible as possible, particularly with walk-in appointments, appointments available on weekends, as well as in the evenings, as well as allowing for creating pop-ups in various areas around the county to make vaccines as accessible as possible. As you all know, we did have a number of fixed sites, mostly operated by our medical partners throughout the county. Many of those have closed down now. However, we continue to have 3 fixed sites that are operating currently. One is at Grace Pavilion at the fairgrounds, the other one, Rohnert Park, Optum Serve at Rohnert Park, and the Roseland Library. There will be some changes in those sites over the next month, but we hope to continue to have 3 fixed sites going forward. We continue to also have curative at this point. So next slide shows proportion per race and ethnicity. And as we see, we continue to have work to do within our Latinx population. At this point, less than 60% of those who are identifying as Latinx and multiracial have been fully vaccinated. Our white population is at about 70%. Other groups have a 75% or more who have received at least one dose. But again, we continue to have work to do. And to that end, within the Latinx population, we continue to have vaccinations available. We continue to have community-based organizations very, very intimately involved with the efforts. And in some cases, many cases, going door to door to try and educate people as to the reasons for vaccination. There have also been many efforts amongst different groups. For example, we have had a number of webinars and presentations to the youth and their parents, of course, as well as there are some that are coming up for various athletic groups, as well as for the Black community. So we continue to try and reach out to different sectors of community to try and reach people and have their questions answered, and again, make vaccines available. And I'd like to also add, there have been many efforts throughout the community with many engaged people, community health workers, promotores, as well as many passionate physicians, healthcare providers who have been trying to do presentations and trying to reach people in many different ways. And we really appreciate the collective effort in the community. Next slide, please. So this slide shows how we're doing in terms of HPI quartile. Currently, 25% of vaccine doses have been administered to residents in the lowest quartile of the Healthy Places Index, in which residents have the least access and least resources. On the right, you can see that 63% of the residents in the lowest quartile are at least partially vaccinated. And the higher end in the quartile 4, that number is 73%. So that gap continues to exist. It's roughly 10%. There has been progress. It had been more than 20%. So we're narrowing it, but of course we still have work to do, and we will continue to do so moving forward to try and reach our equity goals. So with that, that concludes our presentation. I'll turn it over to Dr. Reese, who will speak about our efforts at being able to better identify genotypes within Sonoma County. Thank you.
Good morning. Until recently, we were sending our specimens to the state laboratory for whole genome sequencing. This is a test methodology that tells us what types of SARS-CoV-2 variants we have circulating in the population. Right now, the state lab has about a 4-week backlog to do this. However, about 2 weeks ago in our local public health lab here, we received a whole genome sequencer manufactured by the Clear Labs company. And so we are able to do this testing in-house now. The Clear Labs system greatly automates a very complex and time-consuming wet lab process. It generates the genetic sequencing data that is analyzed and will tell us what variants are circulating in the population. The runtime for the Clear Labs is about 24 hours, and we'll be running 2 runs per week. And so that will provide near real-time variant detection that will allow our public health teams to contact tracers and epidemiologists to take appropriate public health action. Our first run is being set up today. So it's a momentous change to bring this new technology in-house, and I hope it really helps our efforts with the COVID pandemic. And with that, I'll turn it over to Tina Rivera.
Thank you, Dr. Reese. And prior to turning it back over to Chair Hopkins, I wanted to make an announcement that in light of the current surge that we're experiencing and to provide additional support to our hospital, our FQHC, our homeless provider, and our community partners, we are reopening the alternate care site. We'll be working with our PIO team to provide appropriate messaging to that end. Our alternate care site at the Dry Creek Inn in Healdsburg will be reopening by the end of this week on Friday. I just wanted to say a special thank you to our staff and our service provider for being so nimble to just answer this, to continue to move through the ups and downs of this response. But also a special thank you to our Dry Creek Inn, the management there, and also the workers, also to the city manager of Healdsburg and the city council, and also a special thank you to Supervisor Gore for continued support as we move through the response. So with that, I'll turn it back over to Chair Hopkins for any feedback, any questions and responses.
Thank you so much, Director Rivera. So I will bring it back to my colleagues for questions and comments since this is an informational item. And then prior to accepting public comment on this item, we might just take a 10-minute break for board members who have been sitting here and for our staff. Who has any questions regarding the COVID-19 report or comments and thoughts they'd like to share? Supervisor Gorin.
Excuse me, I just wanted to thank you for your reports and especially the information about opening up the alternate care sites. I think many of us were thinking, oh, wait, we're done with this. We're not wearing masks and we can associate freely. More and more of us are having vaccinations. And it is concerning to me and a lot of our constituents about the number of cases that are increasing. And we have been working really hard in providing small and large places for the pop-up vaccination centers. It's really frustrating that we don't have more accessing the free vaccinations, whether it's who knows what reason it is. I know that SCO also is working on providing vaccination centers, especially geared for the young folks. And so I guess my question is, always, as we've talked about in the last couple of months, how do we now really spread the word that we are seeing more infections almost exclusively in our unvaccinated residents and children and youth, and we're very concerned about that. How do we capture the attention of the rest of our community residents?
That is a great question. Thank you, Supervisor Boren. And I wish we had one single answer, but as with most complicated issues and problems, there's no one single answer. As it has always been with the vaccine effort, I think it's a multi-pronged approach. As I mentioned, we are trying to reach the community with many different presentations and webinars. And again, our community-based organizations are doing a fantastic job of trying to reach people one-on-one and educate through various pop-up events in communities. And we will continue to move forward just as we had with patience, with a lot of pivoting, a lot of nimbleness and perseverance. And that being said, continue to make the vaccinations available. But I think it's very important for the public to hear, as you mentioned, that we are definitely seeing this in younger people. We're seeing more hospitalizations. We're seeing many more cases. And many people feel that it's not going to affect them and that they're healthy. And for the most part, that's true. However, every person who does contract COVID can lead to another person down the road in the community who can be very, very severely affected, even at this point in the pandemic. So it really becomes a responsibility not only for oneself to protect one's health, but for protecting the entire community. So we would encourage people who are not yet vaccinated to get vaccinated for everybody's well-being.
We appreciate that. And one last question. I know we did the shift from an exclusive discussion regarding testing and the turnaround for testing to vaccinations. And yet, with the increasing number of infections, we will need and are seeing the need for testing. Where do we refer folks who think that they have been exposed to COVID? Do we have outlying areas around the county for providing testing kits and rapid turnaround? Or are we just saying, come to Santa Rosa, the public health lab, which is not an acceptable answer, of course?
Well, I can start answering that question. Others might want to jump in, but we continue to have many testing options throughout the county. And the best way for people to access that information would be to go to socoemergency.org. And on that page, one can find the testing options. We also do send out a newsletter to many different, over 100 stakeholders on a weekly basis with all of the testing locations, as well as the vaccine locations. But the best source of information would be on the socoemergency.org website. And if Paul would like to add to that.
Oh, I was just going to add, thank you, Dr. Shindy, that we are also continually pushing out the listing of testing options that are available in the community. This has been particularly since last week. We've now started offering the antigen tests at the testing sites, which are the rapid turnaround tests, and just providing that as an option. So we are very much pushing out information about testing opportunities, particularly among those within the unvaccinated communities, because as Dr. Cindy pointed out, and Dr. Mace pointed out, we really have two situations, what's going on with our vaccinated community and with our unvaccinated community. And we're particularly concerned about our unvaccinated. So we're continuing to push testing as well as our options for clinic vaccinations within pop-up and event-based clinics. We push out on social media and a variety of other marketing platforms.
Thank you so much for all that you continue to do. We're still in this long, long journey, but we are making progress. So thank you so much.
Great question, Supervisor Gorin. Other questions from members of the board? Supervisor Rabbit?
Just want to say thank you again. I think, everyone's excited that we're getting back to quote unquote normal, but at the same time, we're not out of the woods totally. And we need to make sure that we stay vigilant. I will say a personal note, and I think an extended family member who was fully vaccinated tested positive. So it can still happen out there. And obviously with her, no real symptoms, but bringing that back to her family is an ordeal going forward. So, I'm glad that our numbers are what they are, but I know that we're at that point where it's so hard to keep that needle moving forward. So whatever we can do to help you reach out within our communities to those, specifically if we have information about where we can go. I appreciate Department of Public Health, Ken. I got contacted by the Salvation Army in Petaluma that thought they had done some informal survey, and they had a pretty good percentage of folks that were not vaccinated to get to mobile clinic opportunities for them in those kind of situations. If there's more of that, by all means, use us and make sure that we can kind of facilitate and try to get that needle moving slightly faster. But again, thank you for all the work. Much appreciated.
Thank you, Supervisor Rabbit. Supervisor Corsi, anything? And I do believe that Supervisor Gore had to go ahead and travel. So he will not be asking any questions at this point in the meeting. And again, grateful to him for representing Sonoma County at the National Association of Counties Conference. Thank you all so much for your work. I know it has been a long haul, and it's hard to believe that it feels like we've come so far, and yet we're obviously still in the thick of it. And so you're still dealing with this on a day-to-day basis, and I really appreciate that. I do not see any members of the public who wish to speak on this item. And Marcy, I'm just wondering if you could tell me how many folks we have to decide whether we're going to take a brief break before or after public comment for this.
Chair Hopkins, I believe Marcy has stepped away.
Great. Karen, are you able to see how many folks we might have for members of the public on Zoom?
Yes. If there's any members of the public who wish to speak, please raise your hand or press *9 on your phone. Chair Hopkins, it looks like there are no, actually, we just got one.
All right. Well, if it's just one, we can go ahead and then we can wrap this item up and take our break. Are there any members of the public outside in the chambers? I do see. Okay, great. Thank you very much. Confirmation on the chambers. So we can go ahead and take that comment via Zoom for 2 minutes, please. Karen, thanks so much.
She took her hand down. So actually we have no members via Zoom.
All right. So I will bring it back to the board for any last questions, comments. Seeing none, thank you all so much, and just really appreciate the ongoing work and the ongoing commitment to the community engagement. So thank you, and we will go ahead and take a 15-minute break over here in the chambers.
Hi there. For folks in Zoom, we're about to begin. Okay, and I believe Chair Hopkins, you should be able to resume.
Thank you so much, Marcy. So that will bring us on to item 44, which is the Board of Supervisors 2021 calendar items of significant interest. And I will be handing this over to CAO Bratton to present.
Good morning. Thank you very much for this item. This is a change we made, I believe, about a year ago, where the board changed its rules of procedure to allow for a midpoint in the calendar year to review how we're doing on the posted calendar, as well as any new items that the board may want to put on the agenda. So I want to thank Marcy and Karen and others on our staff for doing a great job in looking at the calendar we adopted in February, tracking how we're doing, what's moved, and what's coming forward for the rest of the year. As you can see from our calendar, we have a very busy year. We do have what we view as 1 hour available in October based on the current calendar to add a regular discussion. If the board wanted to add any new items or move items around, then this would be the time to look at what might get delayed, assuming the board adds anything. So I'll open it up or give it back to the chair for the discussion.
Thank you very much, CEO Bratton. So I wanted to open it up to my colleagues. Obviously, as you saw, we are booked or slightly overbooked for a number of our items. But I do think that there was a strong desire from the board this morning to really dive into vegetation management and wildfire risk reduction. The question I think would be, when do we want to bring that back? CEO Bratton was sharing with me that we might not have our vegetation management specialist on board until the end of August. But we could sort of bring it for a conversation, when we bring forward those other items in August, if we were to drop our COVID-19 briefing for that month, or we could look at September or October, which might be better in terms of just having that staff on board and having an opportunity to engage with them more fully. Supervisor Gorin?
Well, I appreciate the opportunity to bring this forward. Absolutely. I'm wondering, it looks as though our efforts to prepare for fire season are gone for this year. And so we're looking at bringing something back in September. Of course, we could be fighting a fire then. Oh, bite my tongue. Don't say that. So I think it's probably immaterial to talk about that in August versus September. And I agree with your assessment that it would be good to have a vegetation management coordinator on board to help us lead the discussion and receive the discussion. So I'm fine with that. But I'm not sure about moving forward with more of the COVID updates, a brief one perhaps, because we never know what could happen. The Delta variant could become even more so. So I don't necessarily want to just take them off the calendar. We may need them, but I understand the urgency for the discussions regarding vegetation management.
Thank you. Other suggestions from the board, or would everyone support bringing back a conversation around vegetation management and wildfire risk reduction in September or October, since then we'd have the vegetation management specialist on board? So CAO Bratton, would that work for you and your staff to find a time for that? And potentially we could swap with a COVID-19 update, or I believe we did have 1 hour in October that was still available.
Yeah, we can figure that out. If we're looking at 1 hour in September. I think what we want to do is plan it so that the new coordinator is on board so that they can at least participate and start their relationship with us and understand where we want to go. So I'll work with Ms. Diarez and others to find that date if there's board support.
And let me just say, I appreciate the CAO's role in working with the chair and the vice chair and the clerk to pace the amount of business coming before us. But for a member of the community to listen to this discussion saying, okay, we have 1 hour this month, 1 hour next month to cover any new business. It's not even sort of, it's amusing. But we appreciate your attempt to balance the workload. And I know that we will find places if items of emergency come forward.
Absolutely. Are there any other items that board members feel like are really important to bring forward towards the end of the year? Or are we comfortable with the calendar, with the current proposed calendar, with the addition of the vegetation management conversation? Supervisor Rabbit, anything else? Supervisor Corsi? All right. Wonderful. So with that, then I believe we can go ahead and go to members of the public. So are there any members of the public outside in the halls who would wish to address the board? Thank you so much for checking in. I really appreciate it. There are none. And so I would ask Marcy if there are any members of the public who would like to comment virtually.
Again, Chair Hopkins, this is Karen. Marcy has stepped away. If you wish to have or make a statement, please raise your hand or dial *9 on your keypad. It looks like we have one speaker, Daniel, and you have 2 minutes. When you're asked to speak, please go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can.
Yeah, I just wanted to second the sentiment that I think wildfire preparation should be the #1 focus of the county leading into October. I mean, I know that we have to stay vigilant on COVID, but from my perspective, that issue is receding and the fire issue is proceeding with drought and I think that the vegetation management should really prevail over other things. So that's my opinion on that issue. That's all I have to say. Sorry.
Thank you very much, Daniel. I appreciate that. And I can assure you this is top priority at the Board of Supervisors. And, unfortunately, because of the way government works, right, for this wildfire season, it's our actions that we took a few months ago that are really going to assist us. And we do have boots on the ground projects that are happening right now. But we're eager to continue preparing for next year's fire season and to get that work going as quickly as we possibly can. So any other members of the public that would like to speak via Zoom, Karen?
There is no more speakers.
Thank you so much. Well, with that, I will bring it back to the board for any other questions or comments. Seeing none, that is an informational item. So I believe that takes us to board member reports on assigned boards, councils, commissions, or other attended meetings. And I would also ask CEO Bratton if she has any announcements that she would like to make on county business.
Thank you, Chair Hopkins. Just that we're following closely the state budget and the trailer bills, and some more information to come as soon as those things come out of session.
Thank you very much. I look forward to that update. Anyone else want to jump in with report outs? Supervisor Gorin?
Is, you're asking for report outs on meetings?
Yes.
Okay. Supervisor Rabbit and I did attend SCTA RCPA meeting yesterday where we reviewed a very a dense and well-written comprehensive transportation plan. It's being released to the community and would appreciate comments back because it will come back to the board, I believe in August or September for approval. We also appointed an ad hoc committee to work on potential funding for revenue augmentation for efforts on climate change and implementation of the climate mobilization strategy for RCPA. Thank you to our board chair, Linda Hopkins, for agreeing to chair that ad hoc committee. And we appointed representatives from, let me see, well, 4 other representatives, including the mayor of Santa Rosa, Chris Rogers, Delinda Fisher, Ariel Kelly from Healdsburg, and I think I'm missing one.
I think Esther, you mentioned Esther.
Esther Lemus from Windsor. Thank you so much. So that committee will start meeting and will be connecting very well with the cities and certainly the county's efforts on climate change moving forward. So thank you so much. Apparently you have all that spare time on your calendar. You're diving right into something else.
And yeah, glutton for punishment. Thank you so much, Supervisor Gorin, for appointing me as the chair of that board. Other report outs on meetings attended. Supervisor Corsi?
Thank you. It's been a while. So going back to June, Sonoma mayors and council members general membership meeting, I presented with Paul Dunaway from our Adult and Aging Division on the Aging Together initiative and the governor's master plan for aging. Made a presentation to the mayors and council. Ad hoc on the new administration site, June 17th, Renewal Enterprise District, June 21st, Continuum of Care, June 23rd, Aging Together Leadership Committee on July 1st, another ad hoc for the new administration site last week, July 8th. Groundbreaking ceremony for the new Hall of Justice took place last week on July 9th. Big new building going up on the county campus. Participated in our press conference and community briefing on COVID last week. And on Saturday, along with Supervisor Gorin and Supervisor Rabbit, attended the memorial service for former Supervisor Jim Harbison, who served on the board from 1984 to 1996, I believe, maybe 98. Anyway, good turnout of current and former supervisors there, and good send off for a nice guy. That's it.
Thank you, Supervisor Corsi. Supervisor Rabbit?
Scrambling to try to get to today's date. Since we last reported out, certainly the Renewal Enterprise District has had at least one meeting on the 21st of June. The Blue Ribbon Transit Recovery Task Force has had a couple of meetings, including some smaller meetings dealing with small and large operators going forward, and that's through MTC. MTC BATA meetings on 6/23, 6/30, and 7/9. Golden Gate Bridge meetings. We did have our committee meetings on the 24th, Transportation, Building Operations, Finance. Then on the 25th, Labor, and the Board of Directors. We did have a special meeting on the 9th of July. And we did do our, we had our Sonoma Valley GSA meeting. I believe that was on the 28th. There was a Plan Bay Area 2050 North Bay meeting that was on the 30th. That staff made a presentation of where we sit within that. Of course, we've had several fire ad hoc meetings and some smaller ones on that. SMART meeting on the 7th. And there was a press conference on the 9th with that Congressman Thompson's office put together And Congressman Huffman was there as well, regarding the $7 million earmarked towards Highway 37. That is coupled with $3 million that was earmarked, lack of a better word, that came out of through our state legislators. So $10 million that will keep that project moving along. As you know, there's about 10 different projects at different stages of planning, environmental, all that stuff that needs to happen before a shovel goes in the ground. But that's an important funds to alleviate some of the congestion and the flooding that is down there. And I'm glad you mentioned our friend Jim Harbison's memorial service, which was, Jim died, I believe, in January, towards the end of January. So they waited for the COVID to release a little bit. And Jim was he served 25 years in the South County. He was 14 years sitting here, and he was 11 years on the Petaluma City Council. And Jim was, when he was here, one of his proudest accomplishments, as was noted at the memorial, was the formation of the Open Space District. And I know I've talked to Supervisor Gorin about this, but I think one of the things to honor Jim's legacy and memory in that is to have a naming opportunity, whatever that may be. And I think that we have opportunities in the South County where we can follow up on that. And I don't know if usually, I don't think open space has a quote unquote policy. Usually the name is derived from the previous property owner, family, whatever it may be. But as they transfer then into regional parks or whatever that may be, even a matching fund, and one can make it contingent upon certain things. So that might be a way to make that happen. But I do think that there's I hope that there's support there for that, because I think, 25 years in public service and a guy is just all around nice and decent as Jim was and has served that way. I think that would be very appropriate. So that's it for me. Thank you.
And can I just add, thank you, Paul Kelly, for adding your remembrances of working with Jim Harbison at the memorial service. It was truly lovely to look back to time that I did not serve on the board. And I do think it's appropriate to honor supervisors for their service in some way. And in this case, let's look at opportunities with the Ag and Open Space District, because that was quite a significant achievement. And I neglected to add the mural dedication in Glen Ellen. Two gorgeous murals completed by Maria de Los Angeles, native of Mexico, but raised in Santa Rosa. Truly an exceptional artist. And as you bicycle through, please stop at the new Garden Court Cafe and their new outdoor eating area in the heart of Glen Ellen. And the murals are amazing. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Gorin. In West County news, we held an evacuation drill for the communities of Occidental and Camp Meeker. And I just want to give a huge thank you to the Department of Emergency Management for running that. It was a really great exercise. And because it did not go smoothly, it was even better because we learned things that we're going to improve for next time. You want the mistakes and for the siren pitch to be too high, the first when you're practicing, not when you're actually evacuating from a wildfire. So there were definitely some lessons learned, which was great. And we look forward to improving it should disaster ever strike the community of Occidental. We also had a couple of virtual town halls, including one about wildfire preparedness and one on my favorite subject, which is the Occidental wastewater situation. So I'm really grateful to the Board of Supervisors for approving the study to go forward. We're looking at long-term solutions for Occidental, including the potential to develop a pipeline from Occidental to Grayton. So we are no longer sending trucks full of raw sewage out of a very rural community with winding roads with not very much good visibility, especially in the winter. So we are moving forward with that. In terms of reportable meetings, I did attend a First Five Commission meeting, as well as a Sonoma County Consolidated Oversight Board meeting, and also a Sonoma Clean Power Authority board meeting as well. And I believe that is it. Oh, and also a Global Council for Science and the Environment board meeting. Their quarterly board meeting occurred as well. So with that, I believe that takes us on to public comment on matters not on the agenda. We will be limiting this to 90 seconds because we do have a very, very lengthy closed session calendar today. So first, I would look and see if we have any members of the public in the chambers. Nope. Thank you so much again for giving us the heads up. I really appreciate that. And so I will hand it over to either Marcy or Karen, whoever is going to be running our virtual public comment today.
Thank you. For any members of the public wanting to make a comment on the section matters not listed on the agenda, please raise your hand in the Zoom app or press *9 on your phone keypad. And if we can please have a slide up for 90 seconds. Thank you so much. And our first commenters are phone attendees, so please listen, press *6 to unmute.
Hello, this is Roseanne Schneider reading from a document from John Jankel and the 9/11 Truth Campaign. This is Abuse News number 6597, ending high treason by using the armed forces as he determines to be necessary. Any of we, the betrayed people, ordained since 1787, member of the 117th Congress who does not vote in favor of H.R. 256 to repeal the fraudulent democracy-destroying authorization for the use of military force against Iraq Resolution of 2002, also known as Public Martial Law 107243, adheres to our domestic enemies, giving them aid and comfort within the United States or elsewhere, and thereby commits high treason in violation of United States Code Title 18, Section 2381, that rules, quote, whoever owing allegiance to the United States levies war against them or adheres to their enemies, giving them aid and comfort within the United States or elsewhere, is guilty of treason and shall suffer death, or shall be imprisoned not less than 5 years and fined under this title, but not less than $10,000.
Thank you for your comment. That concludes the time. Our next commenter is a phone attendee.
Hello, Rich Hannon of the 9/11 Truth Campaign. Okay, authorization for the use of military force against Iraq Resolution of 2002 authorizes we the people under oath of office sworn president to use the armed forces of the United States as he alone determines to be necessary, which converts our president into an elected dictator who runs our 28 trillion indebted United States for communist China, not for betrayed and deceived Americans. 116 statute. 1498 Public Law 107243, October 16, 2002. House Joint Resolution 114, Public Law 107243, 107th Congress Joint Resolution to authorize the use of the United States Armed Forces against Iraq. Section 3. Authorization for the use of the United States Armed Forces. A. Authorization. The President is authorized to use the armed forces of the United States as he determines to be necessary and appropriate in order to, 1, defend national security of the United States against continuing threats posed by Iraq, and 2, enforce all relevant United Nations Security Council resolutions regarding Iraq. B. Presidential determination. In connection with this exercise of the authority granted in subsection A to use the force, the President shall, prior to such exercise or as soon as thereafter, as may be.
The next commenter is a phone attendee.
Rob McGillian, Truth Campaign. B. Presidential determination in connection with the exercise of the authority granted in subsection A to use the president shall, prior to such use or as soon thereafter as may be feasible, but no later than 48 hours after exercising such authority, make available to the Speaker of the House of Representatives and the President pro tempore of the Senate his determination, and that one, reliance by the United States on further diplomatic or other peaceful means alone, either A, will not adequately protect the national security of the United States against the continuing threat posed by Iraq, or B, is not likely to lead to enforcement of all relevant United Nations Security Council resolutions regarding Iraq. And two, acting pursuant to this joint resolution is consistent with the United States and other countries continuing to take necessary actions against international terrorists and terrorist organizations, including those nations, organizations, or persons who planned, authorized, committed, or aided the terrorist attacks that occurred on September 11, 2001. C, War Powers Act resolution requirements. One, specific statutory authorization consistent with Section 8A 1 of the War Powers Resolution. The Congress declares that this section is intended to
Thank you for
constitute
your
specific
comment. That concludes
statutory.
the time. Our next commenter is a phone attendee.
Hi, it's Daniel, 9/11 Truth Campaign. Two, applicability of other requirements. Nothing in joint resolution supersedes any requirement of the War Powers Resolution. The War Powers Act, Public Law 93-148, 93rd Congress, HJ Resolution, November 7th, 1973, joint resolution concerning the war powers of Congress and the President. The joint resolution may be cited as the War Powers Resolution. Purpose and policy. It is the purpose of this joint resolution to fulfill the intent of the framers of the Constitution of the United States and ensure that the collective judgment of both Congress and the President will apply to the introduction of the United States Armed Forces into hostilities or into situations where imminent involvement in hostilities is clearly indicated by the circumstances, and to the continued use of such forces in hostilities or such situations. Note, with betrayed people's ordained Constitution for the United States since 1787 intends nothing of the same. That was a major step towards our current Constitution that serves government organized crime, not we the betrayed and deceived people. Constitution for the United States of America, Article 1, Section 8.
Thank you. That concludes your time. Our next commenter is a Zoom user. Elaine, please unmute and state your name. Hey, Elaine, looks like you're unmuted. You want to go ahead? Elaine, we're not hearing you. Do you have a second mute potentially on your device? All right, Elaine, I'm sorry, we're not hearing you. You can use the agenda information to call into the agenda and enter the meeting information to join by phone. Or you can try again here in a minute as well. Our next commenter is Cynthia. Please unmute and state your name.
Hi, my name is Cynthia Dickinson, and despite the PERB ruling, I hope that the board will authorize legal means to move forward with support of Measure P to expand the ability of internal review board to improve the accountability and transparency of our sheriff's department. And I'm sorry if that was already on the agenda, but I did not see it. Thank you.
Right, our next commenter is a phone attendee. Please state your name.
Mary Morrison, 9/11 Truth Campaign. We the People's Preamble was established by 69 men on 17.
Mary, it sounds like you've got a couple devices running. We're having an echo.
Okay. Our federally run democracy has become a corporation-owned republic, not on John's privately owned property. Number one, a democracy is a government by a whole population through their bound by oath of office elected public servants. Treasonously, once elected, most of our bound by oath elected public officers violate their oath of office in favor of whomever or whatever has the biggest bank account, giving aid and comfort to domestic enemies, which is punishable by a death penalty, hopefully by public hanging to deter any future treason. Number two, in 1871, we the people of the United States were quietly cheated out of our national democracy by our government incorporating the District of Columbia, a 10-mile square parcel of land that is used to this day as security for borrowing $2.1 billion from the Rothschilds in London to pay for the Civil War. Now the District of Columbia Corporation owes over $28 billion, and we Americans are forced by elected public servants to pay the interest. The interest taxpayers paid last fiscal year was $522 billion, $767,299,265.12. Number three, a republic is a state in which supreme power is held by the people through their elected representatives. A republic has an elected president rather than a monarch, not an elected dictator under public law, martial law.
Thank you. That concludes the time. All right, our next commenter is a phone attendee. Please unmute and state your name.
Hello, this is John Jankel. We have the 9/11 Truth Campaign, and we're trying to get justice in this country to save our democracy. We are in debt up to our ears, and just paying the interest on the debt, if it's a working debt rate of 6%, is going to consume every dollar this country makes. There's no future for this country the way we're doing now. We've got to stop this stuff. We have to stop these unconstitutional wars. We have to start supporting and defending the Constitution without mental reservation and purpose of evasion. We just read you how we are not doing it. We are attacking people based on a war act. What's it called? The War Act.
The
War Powers Act. That says both Congress and the president have the same right to start wars. That's just not true at all. And here I am in Sebastopol. We've been before you time and time again about Martial Law 107-243. And now they're trying to get rid of it. Thank you. There's Barbara Lee in Oakland is trying to get rid of it. They got 360 votes to repeal that Martial Law 107-243. It's going before the Senate, but the Senate's afraid to talk about it because there are documented traitors in the Senate.
Thank you so much for your comment. That concludes the time. All right, and Chair Hopkins, I don't see any additional hands. Oh, just one moment. We have one additional hand here. Okay, please unmute and state your name.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
My name is Noah, and I'm commenting in demand that the board appeal the state decision and fight for Measure P as hard as possible.
So we'll actually have an opportunity to comment on that in just a moment once we wrap up public comment, not on the agenda, and then we will be opening up comment on the closed session calendar, which I believe is what you're referring to, correct?
Correct.
Okay, great. So yeah, just give us one more minute and we'll wrap up the public comment on matters not on the agenda, and then we'll transition to the closed session calendar. Thanks for your patience.
Thank you. Okay, so with that, I think we can close public comment on matters not on the agenda.
Wonderful. So I'm keeping my word, not even a minute. We are going ahead now and going to go accept public comment on our closed session calendar, which includes, I'm just looking up the numbers, I believe items 45 through 53A.
Yes, thank you. And do you have any commenters in chamber?
Oh yes, thanks for asking. And I'm looking over and I'm seeing a glance down the hall. Looks like no. Okay, great.
All right.
So just go ahead to Zoom.
Thank you so much. Okay, and for those who would like to comment on your closed session calendar, please raise your hand in the Zoom app or press star 9 on your phone keypad. And we have a number of hands raised of 10 or so at this time.
Great. So if we could stick to 90 seconds, please. Thank you.
Certainly. All right, and our first commenters are Josette, Nancy, then Barbara. Please unmute and state your name.
Hi, my name is Josette Brozeiker, 1110 Loma Court in Boys Hot Springs. The benefits of collective bargaining outweigh the county's interest in increasing transparency and fostering community trust in policing and correctional services. Just think about those words and ask yourself what Martin Luther King Jr. would have said after reading them. So the lives of everyone living in Sonoma County are much less important than police officers' collective bargaining to continue the status quo, killing, beating any of us at will with no oversight, action, or consequences. I'm going to make this short. Appeal this travesty of justice. Stand up for us with Measure P. And if you do not, then you should be replaced by someone who cares about our lives. Thank you very much.
Okay, please unmute and state your name.
My name is Nancy Pemberton, and I want to address your consideration of item 49 regarding the PERB decision. In that decision, PERB omitted reference to important changes in state law in its mistaken conclusion that the rights of the sheriff's deputies to meet and confer outweighed the public's interest in civilian oversight. It ignored AB 1421, which increased transparency in law enforcement delegate your subpoena powers to civilian oversight agencies. Without any analysis, it drew a conclusion that is both contrary to law and the interests of the residents, and it should not be allowed to stand. A decision not to appeal this decision, but rather to meet and confer and then put the measure back on the ballot or adopt the measure yourselves will not end the litigation. The deputies will continue litigating this matter by claiming you didn't meet and confer in good faith unless you completely accede to their demands that you do not strengthen civilian oversight. Despite their claim they support transparency and accountability, they do not support civilian oversight in any way, shape, or form. Your constituents spoke loudly and clearly last November when we passed Measure P with 65% of the vote. We expect you to protect our vote by challenging PERB's right to render our votes void, and we expect you to do so by appealing the PERB decision. Thank you.
Okay, our next commenters are Barbara, followed by Ellen and Alan. Please unmute and state your name.
Hi, Barbara Grissecci here. The decision by the PERB board seeking to invalidate provisions of the Measure P initiative is a shocking example of an unelected all-male four-person board putting the special interests of police associations over the public interests of increasing transparency and fostering community trust in policing. Measure P was voted in by an astounding 65% of the voters in an election cycle where Sonoma County turnout was the highest of any county in California. This was in spite of a false and deceptive campaign run by the Deputy Sheriff's Association claiming that Measure P would defund the police. The PERB decision threatens some of the strongest provisions of Measure P. What can be a more core responsibility of a supervisor of this board than to strongly defend and support the will of the people? I'm calling on the Board of Supervisors to mount the strongest possible defense of the Sonoma County voters and provide aggressive appeal of the PERB decision. Thank you.
Please unmute and state your name.
Hi, this is Ellen Opsler. I'm also commenting on item 49 on your closed session calendar. I'm sorry for weighing in on a piecemeal basis, but it wasn't until I read Sunday's op-ed in the Press Democrat that I thought about the core constitutional right of Californians to place initiatives on the ballot. California voters amended the state constitution to reserve to themselves this power in 1911. The proposition passed with over 76% of the vote. Coincidentally, 168,744 people, voters supported that measure, close to the same number of people who voted for Measure P. I recognize Measure P was not placed on the ballot by voters, but that was only because the pandemic lockdown did not allow for signature gathering. In this unprecedented circumstance, the first district may recognize that you, the board, were honoring the spirit of the initiative process and placing Measure P on the ballot, and apply the same deference to Measure P as if voters had placed it on the ballot. Just another reason why you should and must file that writ petition in the first district. Please do not be deterred. Thank you so much. I yield my time.
Please unmute and state your name.
Hi, my name is Alan Worstel from Santa Rosa, and I'm calling about agenda item 49 on the closed session calendar. I'm calling to implore the Board of Supervisors to fight to uphold Measure P as aggressively as possible. Appealing this unjust ruling from the Public Employee Relations Board is vital to uphold democracy and the will of the people in Sonoma County, who have overwhelmingly voiced the need for more oversight and supervision for the Sheriff's Department, both with the original Measure P vote of over 65% support and a petition in just 5 days that gathered more than 800 local signatures urging the board to appeal. It's the right of public employers to make policy choices about how they govern, and that applies to the oversight of the Sheriff's Department. Measure P concerns public safety, not working conditions, so there was no requirement for the county to meet and confer with the officers' associations prior to placing Measure P on the ballot. I can imagine the slippery slope we'd slide down into if public safety and oversight for the people who are supposed to be protecting us would have to be collectively bargained. That road leads to a totalitarian police state. The rights of the people to regulate law enforcement in their own communities must be upheld. Please do the right thing and put every resource at your disposal into appealing this unjust ruling and, in my opinion, unlawful ruling. Thank you. I yield my time.
Next commenters are Allegra, followed by Eric and Colleen. Please unmute and state your name.
Hi, good morning. My name is Allegra Wilson, and I am calling as a constituent. I'm calling to ask that you protect Measure P, item number 49 on your closed session calendar. We voted for you all to support our voices as voters, and we all voted, over 2/3 of the county voted for Measure P. That's a landslide, and we need you to protect our vote. As other people have mentioned, the protections that Measure P, or the powers that Measure P provides to the ILO director, are not powers that require meet and confer. These are public safety related measures, and we require public safety. We require oversight from the Sheriff's Department, because millions have already been paid out because of officer misconduct. So please, please recognize our need for protection from these deputies and our need for oversight, and protect Measure P with everything you've got, because we are relying on you to be our voices at that appeal level. Thank you very much. I yield my time.
Okay, our next commenter, please unmute and state.
Thank you. My name is Eric Leland, and my comment relates to item 49. Please appeal the PERB decision to protect Measure P. We all deserve the most effective and responsive sheriff's office possible, and this is especially critical for communities of color. Measure P concerns public safety, and this public safety measure was moved forward unanimously by the Board of Supervisors and approved by a huge majority of voters, as you've heard. I fail to see how the PERB's argument is relevant. Sonoma County doesn't have a duty to bargain with the sheriff's union, as Measure P concerns public safety, not working conditions. ILERA has a right to receive and independently investigate whistleblower complaints. This is a matter, again, of public safety, not working conditions, and thus the PERB ruling should be challenged. Strong oversight not only increases the safety of the public, but also of officers themselves. Independent investigations helped identify processes throughout policing that serve to improperly escalate not only the severity of reported incidents, but also the severity of responses to those incidents. This reduces harm, certainly for communities of color who are disproportionately affected by this, but also to the public overall, and also to the officers who are in danger when using force, especially when using force improperly. Why would the Sonoma County's Deputy Sheriff's Association and Sonoma County Law Enforcement Agency oppose increasing safety for their members? Thank you. Please appeal to protect Measure P. Thank you.
All right, our next commenter, please unmute and state your name. Colleen, please go ahead. Colleen, we're not hearing you right now. Remember, you can leave the meeting and return by using the phone-in information on today's agenda. Press *9 to raise your hand if needed. And I'm sorry, we're still not hearing you. Our next commenters are Michael, followed by Bailey, and then Brandon. Please unmute and state your name. Michael, are you able to unmute? Michael, we're not hearing you right now. Doesn't look like you've unmuted in Zoom. Okay. Same thing. I'm just going to check and make sure our next commenter can speak. If you can please unmute and state your name.
Hi, Bailey Russell here. Can you hear me?
Thank you. Yes, we can.
Awesome. Yeah, hi. I'm calling as a resident of Santa Rosa, and I would like to comment on item 49. I'm here today to ask the board to appeal the PERB's decision to challenge Measure P. Measure P is a public safety measure and definitely does not interfere with working conditions. As you all know, the killings of Andy Lopez and Jeremiah Wright, David Ward, and numerous instances of brutality against the community, greatly damaged the community's trust in the sheriff's office. I do believe that independent oversight is needed. ILERA definitely needs to be empowered with all the abilities outlined in Measure P. Yeah, so I just ask you to please appeal this. Thank you so much. I yield my time.
Okay, our next commenter, can you please? Oh, I'm so sorry. This is for Brandon. Sometimes there's an issue with Zoom and I'm not able to unmute you. If you are able to join, again, using the phone and information on today's agenda, you would raise your hand. And again, for anyone, you can always email comments and request that they be sent to the full board to bos@sonoma-county.org. Okay, our next commenter, can you please unmute and state your name?
Hello. My name is Josh Simmons. I'm calling in from Petaluma to speak to closed session calendar item 49. I just want to say that the voters overwhelmingly supported civilian oversight in the 2020 election, and I expect our Board of Supervisors to act in accordance with the will of their constituents by appealing the red herring of a PERB ruling and ensuring we get to the end that voters overwhelmingly, again, demand civilian oversight of law enforcement through a strengthened ILARO by way of Measure P. Your voters are paying close attention. Thank you. I yield my time.
Our next commenters are Kimmy, followed by Rigel, then a phone attendee. Okay, something's happened to my Zoom. So I'm going to ask Karen if she can please allow take over for a minute. I'm sorry, everyone. Just 1 minute. We're having issues. We're not able to allow anyone to speak. I may need to look to Jamie to see if he can do that.
Sure. And Marcy, just let us know if we need to take a recess at any point, just to give you a chance to work this out. Just let us know.
Thank you. Yeah, there shouldn't be any issue because we're all hosts, but I'll let you know if it persists. Jamie, are you able to allow Kimmy to speak in Zoom? Thank you. I see that.
Hello, can you hear me?
Okay, so we have Rigel here, so I'm not sure what happened with our last person, but Rigel, please go ahead.
Can you hear me? Okay, thank you. So for those unfamiliar, utilitarianism is the theory that whether an action is morally right or wrong depends entirely on how beneficial or harmful it will be for everyone involved. Only the net balance of benefit and harm matters. Sonoma County's majority has watched the sheriff take as many possible steps to not act as an elected official and serve his own interests. He's intimidated members of this board, he's defied public health orders, and he's validated the abuse of his employees against our community. And now he's found a board of cop-loving white men to say that transparency puts his officers in unsafe circumstances. Considering the last police officer death in Sonoma County was in the late 80s and the most recent death of a community member by police violence was a matter of weeks ago, I fail to see the danger posed. By any definition, worldwide, this sheriff can be considered a domestic terrorist in the best of circumstances. And the least we can do for our community if this warlord is to stay in his position is to provide the transparency and oversight they voted overwhelmingly to employ. Please veto this decision. I yield my time.
Thank you. I'll move on to our phone attendee, and quickly I'll just try to, that seemed to work for me. Just 1 moment. There you go.
Good morning, supervisors. This is Susan Kirks. I'm calling from Petaluma, where I live. I'm a resident in Supervisor Rabbit's 2nd District, and I do conservation work and public service work, as many of you know, in all of your districts. And I'm calling to speak about your closed session item number 49. I've really appreciated listening to all of the speakers before me, and I would like to encourage you as you go into closed session to do whatever is necessary and to be unanimous in your unity to support the will of the voters of this county who passed Measure P. If you need to take legal action, if you need to file an appeal, whatever you need to do to be sure that your constituents are represented and that all members of our county have the opportunity to feel safe, and that civilian oversight for the sheriff's department be implemented, and that we all live really a more harmonious and safe life together. And that is something that you're charged with, each of you in your districts, as a county supervisor. So I encourage you to, again, be unanimous, be unified, and take whatever action you need to take.
Thank you.
To be
That does
sure.
conclude the time. Our next commenters are Jerry, Melissa, then Kimberly.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
My name's Jerry Treat. I'm commenting on item 49. Across the country, after the protests for the Black Lives Matter, communities have enacted strong civilian oversight. And in the face of such community efforts, police unions have turned to legal proceedings to stop those efforts. Repeatedly, the unions have claimed that they support oversight, just not this oversight. We see the same thing in Sonoma County. The deputy union never sought to collaborate on strengthening oversight, but at the last minute demanded negotiations to stop Measure P from going to the ballot. They then waged a campaign backed by the white power structure of the county, replete with lies and misrepresentation. And when that failed, they filed this challenge in front of PERB. The deputies have always had a seat at the table. Now that people of color got their seat at the table in the passage of Measure P, they object to it. It's a shame the deputies unions do not take the approach that nurses unions do, where the union aligns itself with the public interest and pursues proposals that serve both the public and the union members. Instead, they've put their own personal interests ahead of and in conflict with those of the public. Make no mistake, the unions will fight any measure they do not entirely agree with. And based on what we've seen, they will never agree to anything that's meaningful oversight of their actions in this county. It's time to put the common good ahead of the deputy's special interests. Please do the right thing and appeal this very flawed legal decision. The ACLU and the Measure P committee have both offered to collaborate with the county on this appeal.
And thank you for your comment. Our next commenter, please unmute and state your name.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Kimberly, and I would like to comment on item number 49. I'm calling in to ask that the Board of Supervisors appeal the decision made by the California Public Employment Relations Board that rejects important parts of Measure P, a measure that over 65% of Sonoma County residents voted in favor of. If you guys let PERB's ruling stand, IOLERO will no longer be allowed to conduct its own investigations on officers, share body cam footage with the public, recommend discipline, and more. Please do the right thing and do not allow what we all voted in favor of to be taken away. Police need to be held accountable in our community. I yield my time.
Our next commenters are Noah, followed by Kimmy, then Katrina. Please unmute and state your name.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
My name is Noah, and I'm commenting in to demand that the board appeal the state decision and fight for Measure P as much as possible. Your constituents voted for this in droves. The same constituents who have been reliving trauma to tell this board about the abuse they've faced from white supremacist institutions of police and sheriffs. I want to uplift their stories and the emotional labor it took to tell them. I also would like to uplift the work that numerous Black, Indigenous, and people of color organizers have put in, paid and unpaid, to bringing record turnout for passing this measure in the last election. You have a limited time to make this happen, so treat it with the urgency it deserves. In 2 days, a documentary about the murder of Andy Lopez will air for all the world to see, including footage and recordings not yet seen to the public that prove the depth of impunity cops and sheriffs have here when accountability mechanisms are left vacant and under-resourced. To the 4 white men on this board, one of your colleagues was harassed by Sheriff Essick. So what does it say about you if you refuse to take action? Don't be fooled when the cops and sheriffs try to weaponize the language of labor. After all, last time I checked, those are the same people who are called by bosses against workers, protesters, and any effort for actual justice. You owe it to Sonoma County to do everything in your power to enshrine and protect the strongest means of accountability and oversight against the unchecked violence of police and sheriffs. I yield the rest of my time.
Please unmute and state your name.
Hi, my name is Kimia Barbosa. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. We are urging the Board of Supervisors to appeal the decision by PERB, which is a ruling that was made on the pretense that Measure P affects working conditions, which is far from the truth. The ordinance only allows ILRO to make recommendation, in no way it mandates how the sheriff manages his staff. We all need the protections that come with Measure P in order to have real accountability from the sheriff's office when things like the yard counseling, torture, and deputy-involved killings occur. In fact, this week, the documentary about 13-year-old Andy Lopez's death is being released, and from what I heard, it is very damning. Do we really want this to be the county's legacy? Please uphold the will of the overwhelming majority of voters who all turned out during a pandemic, by the way. Numerous Sonoma County organizations, and as of this morning, 808 people and counting who came to sign our petition in just the last few days. Please appeal the PERB decision and give our county a first step towards a more just society, a semblance of accountability. And for issues like this, 90 seconds is not enough for us to share our stories to really urge you to do the thing that is right. I yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Hi, please unmute and state your name.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. My name is Katrina Phillips. I'm the chair of the Human Rights Commission of Sonoma County. Measure P should be seen as an opportunity to improve the relationship between the community and the police. Both sides need to work on this. 65% of the voters in Sonoma felt a terrible need for police oversight. Please stand up and do the right thing. The documentary about Andy Lopez is being released this week. That's cosmic timing. If you won't stand up for your constituents who voted Measure P in, at least stand up for Andy Lopez. I yield my time.
All right, next commenters are Michael, Kathleen, and then a phone attendee. Michael,
Hello,
please go
can you
ahead.
hear me?
Yes.
Hi, I'm Michael Tatone. I am urging you to appeal the PERB decision that would strip Measure P of most of its powers. We need independent oversight in this county. And what we know is that this decision will drastically impact the independence of the oversight that ILRO is currently able to provide. This board stood strongly for Measure P, putting it on the ballot, and I'd like the board to stand by its decision. Don't back down. This is not the time to back down. It's not surprising that the Deputies Association would challenge this measure. And this measure, it's not clear at all that this measure violates the law or the process by which it was put into place violates the law. That should be determined in court by a judge. We shouldn't let the 4-member PERB board's decision decide the ultimate fate of Measure P. This is a moment where we really need you to stand up for the people and not back down. There are multiple reasons you might want to back down right now. There's a lot of public pressure to back police at this moment, but we need you to make the hard decision and stand by this vote and not just go with what the people are thinking of at this particular moment. There's a documentary that's coming out about Measure P very soon, and we're all really wanting to see what's in that.
Thank you for your comment. Our next commenter, please unmute and state your name.
This is Kathleen Finnegan. I'm calling about item number 49. Good morning to all. We all know that we have a rogue sheriff who picks and chooses which law he wants to uphold. And he also is currently suing to prevent the release of investigative documents regarding an alleged threat to a supervisor on this very board. The sheriff's own attorney said those documents could cause irreparable damage to his reputation and career. An acknowledgement that the sheriff has indeed done something or said something very, very wrong. We all know that the police unions carry out exhaustive public relations ploys, always claiming to support the need for such changes while doing everything possible to prevent them from ever becoming law. You are bound to represent the electorate, which has demanded accountability and transparency from this sheriff. Meanwhile, the sheriff's office wants to have a seat at the table when the issue is independent investigation of their own use of excessive force and countless other injustices, including the shooting deaths of boys. The PERB decision is riddled with legal potholes, and we, the people, demand that you immediately appeal this misguided decision. Honor the will of the people. Do your job.
Okay, our next commenter is a phone attendee. And you'll be pressing *6 to unmute. Okay, this phone attendee, you should hear on your phone, on your end, a note that says that the host has allowed you to speak. You're going to press *6 to unmute.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hi, this is Elaine Holtz from Santa Rosa. And I'll tell you, I'm just amazed. Another process that we have to beg the Board of Supervisors to do the right thing. The county has spent millions of our taxpayer dollars to settle excessive force of our sheriff's department. And this has happened time after time again, that we have to come before you and say, please do the right thing. Almost 2/3 of Sonoma County voters supported Measure P on November's 2020's ballot. How much more do you need? We, the people, have spoken. We, the people, have voted you to represent us, to do the right thing. Why are we so fearful in this community to do oversight and to make it accountable on our sheriff's department? I do not understand it at all. And I do not understand why we are before you. When this happened, when 4 people made that decision, you should have automatically known to stand up for the people, to stand up for we the people, and to do the right thing. So do your job. Take pride in what you're doing and represent us. Thank you.
Our next commenters are Lindsay, followed by Melissa, then Alcina.
Good morning. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes.
Oh, I guess it's afternoon now. I just want to say that we're asking you to fight for us and fight for Measure P, and that doesn't just mean police oversight. You're going to help prevent trauma in young kids like I had to feel when I found out that my friend died. Because I remember exactly how I felt that day and how it still affects me today, and I'm 21 years old. So this goes beyond just investigations into complaints and brutality. This is helping put an end to that feeling of despair and that emptiness that we had to feel when we were in middle school, because that wasn't fair. So I just want you to keep that in mind, and instead of just giving up my last 30 seconds, I would like you to take that and just reflect on what all this does mean. Thank you.
Thank you. And I do believe I have to go to the next individual. So I'm going to ask Melissa, then Alcina to speak. Please go ahead and unmute.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, this is Melissa. I'm in Supervisor Hopkins area, and I really, so hard to follow the last commenter because they're absolutely right. This should have never happened, and we should have never traumatized a group of middle schoolers. Andy should have never happened, and it definitely shouldn't have happened after that. I mean, we have Andy, we have Jeremiah, we have David, and we shouldn't have had any deaths. The law enforcement should not be killing anybody. So I just want to follow the last speaker by really echoing everything that they said and really hoping that the board understands the weight of this decision, that the community needs oversight and the killings need to stop. We need to not lose any other members of our community to law enforcement. There's really nothing else to say. That this shouldn't even be a discussion, but it is, and we are urging you to think about the community and make a promise to us that this won't ever happen again. So thank you so much. I yield the rest of my time.
Hey, please unmute and state your name.
Hello, my name is Alcina Horstman. Can you hear me? Okay.
Yes.
I don't have much more to add. I'm calling about item number 49 and urging you to appeal. Many lawyers are volunteering to assist in this matter. They're not going to win, and we're not going to go away. And I don't have more to add because so many people have made incredible points. I hope you've been listening. People are saying the most profound and beautiful things about accountability and the need for oversight. And I don't understand either why we have to keep coming to these meetings where I'm pushing my work away and working until midnight so I can be here all day again and again and again, like everyone else on these calls. So please listen to us, please appeal, and I hope you'll do the right thing. I yield my time.
Hi, please unmute and state your name.
Hi, can you hear me?
You're a little garbled. Can you continue for a second? It might clear up. Kelsey? Kelsey, you may be in a place with a poor connection.
Can you hear me?
No, we're not hearing you very well. Are you able to go somewhere with a little bit of a better connection?
Uh-oh. Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Can you hear me? Kelsey, you should please go ahead. Can you see me? All right, I'm sorry, we're not hearing you. I'm not sure. It may just be a really poor connection. We still have some other folks in queue. So remember, you can use the phone-in information on the first page of the agenda.
I'll try.
Sorry, one more time.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Kelsey, we're not hearing you. I'm going to have to move to the next person.
So I'm calling in to echo what other people.
I'm sorry, Kelsey, we're just not hearing you. Again, there's the first page of the agenda, or be able to email bos@sonoma-county.org. Our next commenters are Elizabeth, concerned citizen, and Brandon.
Hello and good afternoon. This is Elizabeth Escalante, the Vice Chair of the Commission on Human Rights. My comment today addresses item 49. Please uphold the vote of the people, a vote that was overwhelmingly in favor of passing Measure P. You were elected to represent your community, and now your community is begging you once again to protect them from a legally flawed threat to overturn the will of the people. While being elected, think of your moral obligation to do what is right for those you represent. Make a promise to support the most sacred element of our democracy, which is the vote of the people. I urge and implore the board to appeal the PERB decision, and I yield the rest of my time.
Hi, please unmute and state your name.
Hi, my name is Jelly. I'm a Santa Rosa resident. I like to echo the other callers and say Measure P is a very important part of our lives. I am a Black mother, a Black single mother of a future Black man. I don't know how many of you on the board of supervisors have ever had to sit your child down and prep them on police of any type of interaction with police. If you've never had to do that, then I beg you to understand that Measure P is important. Since Measure P has been put on the ballot, I felt a little sigh of relief, not a lot, but a little bit. You know what I'm saying? I've never had a good interaction with the police. I don't like having to interact with them, but as a Black woman, I'm fearful for my life. And I shouldn't have to feel that way. I don't feel like if I were to get shot, I wouldn't want to call them. I just say, let me just take me to the hospital, let me bleed out. I don't know. But, you know, Measure P is very important. And I'm asking y'all, I'm once again sitting here begging y'all, and I hate begging. I hate begging. And that's all we do every time we come here. Please do not take away Measure P. For those little Black boys out there that have to be trained on how to interact with the police. Thank you. Oh yeah, and I also want to say, since Measure P has been put on the ballot, how many issues have we had with the sheriff? That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going back to Brandon. Brandon, unfortunately, there is an issue with an incompatibility basically with the version of your Zoom, and I'm really sorry for that. You can email your comment to bos@sonoma-county.org or potentially try and call in, and I do apologize. Okay, our next commenter, can you please unmute and state your name?
Hi, my name is Kinney. I am a Sonoma County resident and just want to reiterate what everybody else has been saying. It is absolutely shameful that we are having this discussion today when two-thirds of the county voted in favor. Why are we having this discussion? As a previous commenter said, why do we have to keep begging for simple accountability? What is it that holding the police accountable? Does it do anything to hinder them in their job? If it does, what is exactly that they're doing that they want to get away with so badly? Please, please consider the residents that actually voted. If this is not democracy, I really don't know what is. Please, please. I yield my time.
Thank you. David, then Lori, please unmute and state your name.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
My name is David, and I'm a resident of Santa Rosa. I'm calling in support of upholding the will of the voters of this country, at this county, and the country, to not gut the core provisions of Measure P. So many people worked so hard to bring this measure into being, and it was overwhelmingly supported by the vote, and it must be upheld in full. In listening to all the public comments so far, what I haven't heard this morning are any comments in support of letting Measure P fail. So please do everything you can, to the board, please do everything you can to uphold the will of your constituents. I yield my time.
Hi, please go ahead, unmute and state your name.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, good afternoon. This is Lori. I'm also a resident of Santa Rosa, and just adding my voice to the really incredible chorus of voices that I've heard this morning on item 49, urging you to appeal that PERB decision that was unfortunately not shocking, but really upsetting to many of us who really are backing Measure P with everything we've got and really want to see you guys, you supervisors support that, and also to do right by the many folks who voted yes on P, and to ensure that their original intent is sort of respected with the final form of Measure P. It is truly disturbing that oversight and transparency would be a topic of debate at or discussion at a bargaining table. And I think another caller pointed out that seems to me like a really slippery slope of the role that law enforcement play in our world. And it's just a slippery slope that I really like to see our county not go down. So I'm just urging you supervisors respectfully to uphold the will of your constituents and appeal, and rather than doing the minimum, doing the maximum, to show us that you actually care about this issue like we do. Thanks a lot. Appreciate it. Bye-bye.
Okay, our next commenter, can you please unmute and state your name?
Hi, this is Brandon. I'm from Petaluma, and the voters of this county have overwhelmingly voted to hold police accountable. And we do notice the board's constant pandering to violent and racist police. We have the receipts, and we will speak with our votes to replace any and all board members that choose not to stand up for us, and bow to special interests. We are sick and tired of your spineless decisions. Do the right thing and uphold Measure P now. I yield my time.
Okay, I'm just looking and I don't see any additional hands. Just one more here. Lee, is that a hand up or down? It's not up at the moment. Thank you. Oh, okay, all right. Please go ahead.
Thank you. I'm sorry, my computer cut out. Van Devere, I'm a community member, and I'm joining with so many other community members today to urge you to honor your constituents and appeal the decision of the 4 men comprising the PERB board. Measure P was about public safety. Public outrage and calls for transparency and oversight are the results of the actions by the sheriff department, including the killing of children. Andy Lopez, Jeremiah Wright, Jeremiah Chass, and David Ward are all dead. And numerous instances of brutality against community members cost the taxpayers millions of dollars each year. As others have said, so far, this is our legacy. And the world will see it in an upcoming documentary. Most of the community would like to change the legacy to be one of care and honesty. Your constituents have demanded through a landslide that Io Leoro be empowered with all of the abilities outlined in Measure P for effective oversight. It is important to point out that in the last few days, over 800 people have signed a petition requesting you to appeal. Appealing the PERB decision is also in alignment with the county's strategic pillars of racial equality, equity, and social justice. This cannot happen without meaningful oversight for all law enforcement, and your vote to appeal will confirm and honor the county's strategic pillars. Thank you for voting to appeal this dangerous decision that put our community in danger. Doing so will ensure transparency, health, and growth to begin to heal what has been devastated by distrust.
And thank you for your comment. And Chair Hopkins, I'll turn it back to you.
Thank you very much, Marcy. And I want to thank all of the members of the public for sharing their thoughts, their perspective, and their personal experiences with the Board of Supervisors today. I do want to clarify that this is our first opportunity. This is the first board meeting since that decision became public, and it's our first opportunity to address this. So I want to be clear that lack of action to this point has been because we simply did not have a Board of Supervisors meeting. And so it is agendized again at the first meeting since that decision came out. And I look forward to having the conversation with my colleagues in closed session and then reporting out the board's determination after that closed session. With that said, we will be adjourning into closed session. I do want members of the public to know that we will not be able to make the 1:30 time certain for the cannabis land use hearing that we have on this afternoon's calendar. I think that is best set probably at this point at 2:30. How long are we estimating? 2:30? All right, so 2:30, the board will hopefully return to consider that land use hearing, and closed session will be reported out at that time. Is that? Yes, okay. So just to confirm again, 2:30, anticipate closed session report out and then the land use hearing. And we will do our best to get all of our closed session agenda items handled in the next 2 hours. Thanks so much, Marcy, for handling the public comment, and we will see you all in a couple of hours.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. We'll begin our startup procedures. If we can have the temporary slide down, please. And we can unmute there. And Darren, if you can unmute. Thank you very much. Chair Hopkins, we're ready to begin.
Thank you so much, Marcy. So I will turn it over to Council Pittman for a report out on the June 17th and June 17th and July 13th closed sessions.
Thank you, Chair Hopkins. I'll start with the June 17th special meeting. On June 17th, the Board of Supervisors met in closed session to discuss the items listed as 1 and 2 on the posted agenda. On item number 1, the Board of Supervisors met in closed session with legal counsel to consider anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation in one matter. No reportable action was taken. Direction was given to legal counsel. On item 2, the Board of Supervisors met in closed session in their capacity as the Board of Supervisors, the Board of Directors of the Water Agency, the Board of Commissioners of the Community Development Commission, and the Board of Directors of the Agricultural Preservation and Open Space District to confer with labor negotiators for all bargaining groups. No reportable action was taken. Direction was given to the agency's labor negotiators. That concludes the report out from June 17th. Moving on to today's calendar. This afternoon, the Board of Supervisors met in closed session on the items listed as 1 through 53A on today's agenda. Item 45, which was a discussion with real property negotiators on the disposal of the Chenake campus, was withdrawn and will be continued to next regular meeting of the board on July 20th. Item 46, County of Sonoma versus the estate of Ava Harper, a code enforcement matter, was also withdrawn. And my understanding is they may have reached a settlement in that matter. On item 47, the Board of Supervisors met in closed session with legal counsel on existing litigation in the matter of Cousteau French Bakery versus the County of Sonoma. No reportable action was taken. Direction was given to legal counsel. Items 48 and 50 were taken jointly. Item 48, the Board of Supervisors met in closed session with the real property negotiator to discuss potential acquisition of the White House public parking lot site and the Sonoma County Central Library and city-owned parking garages and lots. And on item 50, to consider the acquisition of the former Sears tire, battery, and auto site at the Santa Rosa Plaza. No reportable action was taken. Direction was given to the county's real property negotiators. On item 49, the Board of Supervisors met in closed session to confer with legal counsel on an existing litigation in the matter of Sonoma County Deputy Sheriff's Association versus the Sonoma County Law Enforcement Association versus the County of Sonoma and California Public Employment Relations Board case. In that matter, direction was given to legal counsel. The board directed legal counsel to pursue a two-pronged approach and concurrently appeal the per board decision and meet and confer with the Deputy Sheriff's Association and the Sonoma County Law Enforcement Association to find the most expedient path forward. On item 51, the Board of Supervisors met in closed session. Sorry, this was a real property matter. Just realized this one was also continued to July 20th due to time constraints. So it was not discussed today. Excuse me. On item 52, this was a labor matter which was withdrawn and has not been rescheduled at this time. Item 53, the Board of Supervisors met in closed session with legal counsel on existing litigation, in re national prescription opiate litigation. No reportable action was taken. Direction was given to legal counsel. And on item 53A, the Board of Supervisors met in closed session with legal counsel to consider anticipated litigation, the significant exposure to litigation in one matter. No reportable action was taken. Direction was given to legal counsel. And that concludes today's report out.
Thank you so much, Council, for that extensive report out. So processing facility at 2599 Laughlin Road in Windsor. I would like to note that this item was continued from a prior hearing at which Supervisor Gore recused himself due to a perceived conflict of interest. He would like everyone to know that he is also recusing himself from this item today due to the same perceived conflict of interest. And so with that, I will hand it over to our Deputy Director of Planning, Scott Orr.
Thank you very much, Chair Hopkins. I will be passing this off to Project Planner Sue Gardner and Scott Davidson, who will kind of bring us up to speed on what happened in May, and in addition to a couple new components that we do recommend the board consider reopening public comment just on these new components. And with that, Sue, if you could take it away.
Thank you, Scott. With permission, I'd like to share my screen. So I just have a few slides here. So good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Sue Garner, and I'm back as the project planner to present to you responses to your concerns heard at the May 25th public hearing regarding the appeal of the centralized cannabis processing facility located in Windsor. As a reminder, the project is the proposed conversion of an existing 4,200 square feet barn into a centralized cannabis processing facility. There will be no cultivation on site, and the applicant is also requesting a permit to transport the processed product off site. Their operation would employ 3 persons, 21 and over, with limited hours for deliveries and be closed to the public. At the May 25th hearing, the Board of Supervisors had 2 areas of major concerns. One was a question on how the board could assess whether the security plan was adequate. And 2, the board also had concerns about the applicant's self-reporting of the average daily trips and whether the delivery trucks would get stuck on the 1-lane bridge and the traffic implications from that. Regarding the security plan, compliance with the cannabis ordinance is required for a use permit approval, which includes the submittal of a security plan that is held in confidence with the county. The applicant submitted such a plan, and it was found consistent with the ordinance. And that included 8 security cameras installed in and around the facility, an entrance of the site along the private access route, with recordings held for 30 days at a minimum. It also included security lighting and an alarm system. Additionally, the applicant is proposing backup power to ensure that electricity cannot be cut, mechanisms and procedures to control access to the site, constant on-site presence with the resident farm workers. This is a cashless operation with employees that are 21 and over. And the applicant is also proposing to to create a security team that will monitor and ensure compliance with the ordinance, provide ongoing training for employees to understand and follow the safety and security protocol. Staff is also recommending that this training be extended to the agriculture workers living on site. Again, this is not a operation that is open to the public, and no one under 21 will be permitted. Additionally, the applicant's representative is here and can answer any specific questions the supervisors should have. If delivery vehicles access the property via Airport Boulevard, there was a concern that the trucks would get stuck on the 1-lane bridge over Marquess Creek and cause a traffic backup. The applicant provided a shipping and receiving plan that is included with the hearing packet, which details the volume, dimensions of the truck, and estimated frequency of deliveries. These are single access trucks as shown in the images. Additionally, DTPW reviewed the project and did not see the need to impose additional infrastructure improvements. Overall, the proposed project would account for less than 1% increase in the traffic within the area. To confirm the self-reporting of the trip generation, staff calculated the ADTs using the ITE, which is the Institute of Transportation Engineers, established standard industry rate. And there was not a significant difference between the answer and what the applicant had reported. It actually was under. Staff then compared this to a recently approved centralized processing facility that the Board of Supervisors heard in January earlier this year. That project did have an impact or traffic impact study conducted, which used the same industry standard rate, and this number was comparable. Additionally, DTPW reviewed the submitted trip generation form and did not see any conflicts, nor asked for any additional studies or information. In conclusion, staff recommends the Board of Supervisors deny the appeal and uphold BZA use permit approval. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sue and Scott. So with that, I will bring it back to the board first for any disclosures that have changed since our last public hearing, or I don't know if we should repeat those anyway, Council Pittman. Should we repeat any disclosures, or if they were made at the original meeting? I know that Supervisor Gorin was not present at the first meeting, so she should disclose.
Supervisor Gorin should definitely disclose, and I would recommend that we repeat any disclosures that are necessary on the record.
Okay, great. Thank you. Supervisor Gorin, would you like to start?
Thank you. I was not scheduled several weeks ago.
Through the chair, we're not hearing Supervisor Gorin.
Thank you. Let's turn on the microphone. That would be helpful. Thank you so much. I was not physically present. Well, I'm not sure anybody was at the last meeting, but I did listen to part of the presentation. I heard some of the public comments. I've read all of the public comments. I've not visited the site. I don't have any new information to disclose.
Thank you. Other disclosures, Supervisor Corsi?
I have no new information to disclose.
Supervisor Abbott?
I believe other than what I disclosed previously, there's been no new contacts or information that I have.
And I have had no new information since the last hearing either. So with that, then I would ask if anyone has any questions for Sue or Scott. Supervisor, any questions?
Not really questions. We did have a discussion before we, I believe, continued the item. I know one of the issues that I was brought up was talking about the security plan, and curious on, again, how that gets disclosed, the body that's voting that it was adequate when we don't disclose security plans. And the second part is really, and I suppose this is really just for me philosophically, why can someone remind me why we decided that agricultural lands were appropriate for central processing when the product is not grown on that particular piece of property?
And I believe Scott or Jennifer is best inclined to respond to that question.
For the security plan, when we get to the opportunity for the applicant to speak again, they can probably shine some light on some additions that they've made to their security plan in response to the last meeting. I do agree that especially on appeals, it is a challenging decision to make. This isn't the only type of document that it remains confidential. For example, cultural resource studies are kept on file and reviewed by the staff planner that's making the recommendation, but not released to the voting body or members of the public. So it's not unprecedented, but I do acknowledge that it's not a comfortable position to be in. That being said, staff will be committing to do a better job of outlining what's required by the code, and that that specific requirement is in the plan. At least until there are any ordinance changes, that is the best we can do from the staff level. In terms of the centralized processing, I think that is also something that was done as a pilot. We only allow up to 9 of those within the county, so it was something that was brought forward as an experiment. I believe we've only permitted 1 so far, so there hasn't been enough kind of ground truthing to see whether it it is something that should be continued after we reach that cap.
Thank you. Any follow-up questions, Supervisor Abbott? Supervisor Gorin?
Thank you. I've read the staff report and I really don't have any follow-up questions. I appreciate the additional information that you've presented today. Thank you.
Any questions, Supervisor Corsi? And I don't have any questions. So with that, I am going to formally open the public hearing or reopen it. And at this point in time, per staff suggestion, we will just be taking comments on the new information that has been provided. And I will allow 3 minutes for public comment. And I would also invite the appellant and the applicant to participate at that same amount of time if they would like to address the additional information that was presented. So I suppose we could see if the appellant would like to make any comments specific to that subject matter, followed by the applicant, followed by general members of the public.
Is there anyone specifically that I should be looking for in the attendee group?
Sue or Scott, do you have, and I believe that they are represented by Jeff, Jean McMullen, and Beverly Schenk.
Yes, correct. And I believe Beverly is on the call, although she is calling in. That was
Beverly?
my understanding. Beverly.
If that's the case, Beverly, can you please press *9 on your phone to raise your hand so I can identify you? Thank you. And one moment. I hope I've spelled your first name correctly. Okay, Beverly, we should be able to hear you. If you can press *6 now. It's all this keypad.
Hello?
Hi.
Yes, I would like to start off by commending Supervisor
Beverly,
Rabbit.
Beverly, I hate to interrupt you, but I believe that you must have the meeting running on a different device because we're getting some feedback, which is making it hard to hear you. So if you can sort of mute that other device for now.
You know what? I'm going to go into another room.
Okay, great. Perfect.
Great. Yes, I want to thank.
That's better. Perfect.
And commend Supervisor Rabbit for asking difficult questions and being the only supervisor that's shown any concerns for the safety of our community. The ordinance were so poorly written that they fail to protect the rights of homeowners. This processing plant is not compatible to our community, no matter what language you write it in. According to the public information, the Windsor Times, we have the right to protect our homes. Many of my neighbors are posting signs on their properties directing the public to where this pot facility is located. Is it as safe as wineries in our area? As the county of Sonoma stated, safety should be not an issue, and this would be not a problem. Once we post our signs, then we know we are safe. I am so grateful for Supervisor Rabbit. I am so proud to know that you are on the supervisors panel. Thank you.
Thank you, Beverly. Is there anyone else from your group that would like to take the remaining time, or does that conclude your remarks? Okay, not hearing anything. Do any members of the board have any questions for the appellant? Looking around and seeing none, we can go ahead, and if the applicant would like to make a 3-minute statement regarding the additional information, I would be open to that.
Thank you. And I'd need the applicant, thank you, to raise your hand in the app. And confirming, are you tracking the time in chambers there? I'm sorry.
No, I was actually just about to text that to you, but we can
Thank you.
This one. There we go.
All right, just one moment here. The applicant should just be entering the meeting. And Jake, you should be able to unmute your video. Jake, are you able to unmute? Looks like you have. Do you want to try and? Jake, we're not hearing you. Are you doubly muted by any chance on your device? Is there anyone else in the meeting that can represent the applicant? We're not hearing Jake.
The only other person would be Alora, who is Jake's colleague, but I do not see her name on the participant list.
Okay. We can, not having any communication with Jake right now. Chair Hopkins, do you have any preferences for how to proceed, or we can take a recess and see if we can get Jake on via phone?
Why don't we see if any members of the public would like to comment? And then in the meantime, Jake, if you wouldn't mind trying to call in, because it sounds like it's not working with whatever device you are on, and the call-in number should be on the agenda, right?
That's correct. Yeah, there's a phone-in number, and you'll be prompted to enter the meeting ID as well as the meeting passcode. Scott, Sue, would you be able to confirm with Jake while we go through public comment?
Certainly. I'll take care of it.
Okay. And I'll hand it back to you, Chair Hopkins, for public comment.
Great. So we will go ahead and accept any public comment. Again, we would ask that you reserve your comments to the new information that was provided. I do not see anyone in the chambers or in the hallway out there, and I would ask you to go ahead and see if there are any members of the public that would like to comment via Zoom.
Thank you. If anyone in Zoom would like to comment on this item, please raise your hand in the Zoom app or press *9 on your phone keypad. And this is for item number 54 on today's agenda. I see Jake's hand is raised, and I'll return to him if that's the preferred method of participation after just looking. And there are no other hands raised, so why don't we see if Jake is able to connect this time. Jake, you should have the ability to unmute on your own. There you go. I see you did unmute. I'm not sure what type of device you're using, but if it's a laptop, you can right-click your speaker and make sure when you go to sounds that you're using the right device. If it's a Mac, I may not be able to help you as much. Scott, were you able to confirm that he received the phone-in information or email that?
I did send Jake and Alora an email. I have not heard anything back yet.
Okay. Let's see here.
Scott or Jennifer, does anyone have, or Sue, does anyone have a phone number for Jake? I'm wondering if potentially we could call him and put him on speakerphone. I don't know if that would be helpful at this point.
Jamie, if you're able to take down that slide briefly, I'll just share the phone-in information in case that's helpful.
And we could just take a brief recess if we want to do a little bit of troubleshooting to try to get this solved. That's great, Marcy. Thank you.
And we do have a raised phone number at this time.
Okay, thank you.
If this call-in user is not Jake, I will go into the permit file and give him a call and put him on speaker.
Great.
Okay, let's see. Okay, let's try this. You'll press *6. This caller, can you please press *6? Okay, I think they're, that wasn't the one.
Why don't we just go ahead and take a 5-minute, oh, wait.
Jake?
I'm on a different device. Please tell me it works.
We're hearing you.
Okay, my apologies for the issue there. Oops. Okay. Yes, just to go over a couple of the additions that we added, or I should say supplemental information, were based upon information regarding the security plan and making it updates, or like I said, adding additional information a little bit more specific to the types of training and the site security, in which we presented to staff, which is in the amendments there within the hearing materials. The second part was more specific to the trip generation, of course, which was already covered, as well as the size of the vehicles that are used in the operation. Plus, there's a little bit of information in there that's specific to the way the operation functions, as far as the seasonality and the nature of the operation, and being that there are months where operation will not be going, and there's a period of time when its trips will be increased. So this, I would encourage anyone in the public to look at the information that's provided there, and it provides a little more insight into the operations and when the expectations can be set for the increased travel and then decreased travel, and when those trips are going to occur. I'm happy to take any questions and specific to this information.
Thank you very much. So I would bring it back to the board for any questions of the applicant. Seeing none, thank you very much, Jake, and I'm glad that we were able to get that technical difficulty worked out, and thanks for bearing with us. With that, I will then bring it back to the board for any final questions of staff. Are there any questions of staff before we formally close the public hearing? Seeing none, we will formally close the public hearing, and now is the time for any comments or deliberation or a motion on this item. Supervisor Gorin?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you to the staff for bringing this back to the board for consideration. I do want to express support for neighbors always when we're citing cannabis facilities, whether it's for processing or cultivation. And I'm grateful to Supervisor Rabbit for asking the questions regarding safety and security plans, but I do understand why we're not going to publish the details of all the specifics of a security plan. That means that it's not secure anymore. I do appreciate the fact that this is a way potentially for an agricultural family to have some sustainability and financing for continued operations on the site. But I also understand, and it actually is in a pretty good location, close to the airport and Airport Boulevard, as well as Laughlin Road and Guerneville Road for transportation, to minimize the transportation up and down the valleys and the hills. So it is appropriately cited from my perspective, and I'm going to be denying the appeal and supporting the project. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Gorin. Supervisor Corsi?
I'll second that motion. I did have a number of questions when this came before us on May 25th, and I appreciate the additional information today. This is a project that has 106 conditions on the use permit, and I feel those conditions cover the bases, and I will support the denial of the appeal.
Supervisor Rabbit?
Yeah, I remain troubled with some of the issues, and I appreciate the comments regarding the security plan, but and that doesn't have to be made public, but it should be made public to those sitting on this dais that are actually sitting in an adjudicatory capacity, passing judgment that it's complete and thorough and adequate. And I think we owe that to neighbors because they expect that from us. But as we sit here, we're making the assumption that it's complete, thorough, accurate. And I can't look a neighbor in the eye and say that I've seen it or know what it is. So I think we need to fix that. I really do. Even if it's this body getting it and having it be confidential. We just came out of closed session. We have all sorts of confidential information that we don't share. So that's a problem. The traffic, and I appreciate that the applicant mentioned the traffic, that it was abnormally low for a standalone processing business. And I know that discussion that we had last time. And then I think the idea of a standalone processing facility on ag lands, to me, is very problematic. The fact that we limited it to 9 probably told us that it was something that we are unsure of. And the fact that we've only had 1 is probably why there are 106 conditions on this one, because we don't know what the true impact of this is going to be. It's kind of playing out as we sit here. And to me, that's just not the ideal way to impose a use within an existing fabric of a neighborhood or neighbors, 2 neighbors in this particular case. Let's see if it works is not necessarily the best way forward on these kind of things. So I'm going to stay where I was before, and I'm going to be opposed to, or I will uphold the appeal. Make sure the vote is right. But I always appreciate staff's work. This is an ongoing conversation. We are a unique county in this sense, in the outdoor facilities and the placement of those, whether it's outdoor grows or in this case, standalone processing. I personally feel like we haven't directed those to all the best properties as of yet. And it leaves a lot in my mind that we need to do, work that needs to be done. And I don't want to be a hypocrite. And just because we haven't gotten to it, take a pass. I do think that those are issues that we need to continue to work on. So I'll be voting to uphold the appeal.
Thank you, Supervisor Rabbit. So with that, we do have a motion on the floor and a second. Marcy, would you mind leading us? And well, actually, I guess we can do a roll call vote in the chambers because Supervisor Gore is absent. But maybe Marcy, you could just go ahead and do it for old time's sake.
Even Darren, for old time's sake. Supervisor Gorin.
Well, I saw you appearing, so.
Supervisor Rabbit.
I'm sorry. The motion on the floor is
to deny the appeal.
So I'm a no.
You're a no.
I just wanted to make sure.
I can slip you a little Post-it note if you need a reminder.
Can I vote for him?
Thank you.
Supervisor Corsi.
Yes.
Supervisor Gore abstained. Chair Hopkins.
Yes. So that motion does pass on a 3-1 vote. So that does deny the appeal and move forward the process.
But I'd like to add another comment, and I do appreciate the staff's information coming back, but I want to respond to Supervisor Rabbit's concern because he's right. We don't always know what security plans mean. I think we had this discussion early on regarding citing cannabis facilities. So we sort of have an idea about what security means in cultivation, but not necessarily central processing facilities. I actually had not a seminar, but informational discussion in Santa Rosa when we were citing cannabis dispensaries, what we were looking for for the siting of a dispensary, what we were looking for security mechanisms at the dispensary. And I think it would be helpful for this board to hear some information from Permit Sonoma. What are you looking for from applicants? Not necessarily the specifics for a specific application, but I think we'd like to know, the community would like to know what it is we're looking for, what is on the checklist for the list of security for these kind of facilities, for cannabis dispensaries, as well as looking at hybrid operations and cultivation, and just sort of comparing what it is we're looking for that may be incorporated in, I could see this just being informational now, but we may want to look at this in the EIR that is being discussed and developed as we go forward.
Thank you, Supervisor Gorin. With that, unless there are any other further comments, we will go ahead and move on to, and thank you very much, staff, for all of your work on this project. And thank you both to the applicant and the appellant for your engagement with this. I believe that moves us on to item 55, which is our acts and determinations. So unless there are any questions or comments on that, we can go ahead and take a roll call vote. Maybe this time, Darren can go for it.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much. Supervisor Gorin?
Aye.
Supervisor Rabbit?
Aye.
Supervisor Corsi?
Yes.
Supervisor Gore? Absent. Chair Hopkins?
Yes. And with that, we will move on to adjournment, and we will be adjourning in honor of a few members of our community today, including from the 1st District, John Robert Pons, from the 4th District, Donna Tokugawa, Jack Blankenship, and Pete Fopiano. So I'd ask everyone to join me in a moment of silence, unless there's anyone else.
No, I was going to say, could we make that district-wide for Pete Fopiano?
Absolutely.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Any other ones? All right. Please join me in a moment of silence. Thank you very much, everyone. Our next regular meeting will be held on July 20th. Take care.